sector. What is the best way? Some of the practical tips how we can best exploit IPR in this sector. And also, we will see that how it became very more relevant during this time where the focus was on healthcare. Everybody this is a time that we've been facing for last 6 to 7 months, where everybody has become very health conscious. People who never cared about health were also, seen to become very particular about their health, and this also led to a totally new way of life and totally new way of working. Of course, working from home was one area, but it affected all the sectors, and we'll touch upon how the healthcare system, along with the IPR system, worked during this time, and what is to look for, what can we look forward to in the coming months or weeks, or maybe in coming years. As this time has changed a lot of thinking, a lot of a way of working that for IPR and also for the healthcare system. So I'm just going to share a small presentation with you, which is okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I'm going to start with this slide. I'm sure most of the participants are aware of what are the different types of IPR. However, I will just share my experience, and many times I have found that we concentrate in the sector. A lot of times we concentrate on patents. Yes, of course, that's a very important part of IPR in the healthcare sector. But it is also, there are other IPR which are very important, and this is just taken an example of this. So suppose in this one product, which is a tablet of pantoprazole sodium. Now we have, I'm choosing this slide to show you how many types of patents can be there in this one product. For example, we have pantoprazole sodium. So suppose there was a particular composition. Here we have a gastro-resistant tablet. So it has got some kind of coating which does not allow it to be absorbed in the stomach, and therefore it doesn't lead to the side effects. So this composition, maybe of course it may be in public domain now, but the composition, the coating, first of all, the pantoprazole sodium. Suppose the earlier known salt was something else, and we have a better salt. That's one level of patenting. Second level will be the gastro-resistant tablet. Now, a lot of invention now in healthcare industry is happening in drug delivery rather than new molecules or new compositions. So a lot of focus is on improved drug delivery, making it more targeted delivery, making it more tagged and location-focused delivery. So here is another aspect of patenting in this product will be also the blister packing. So the way to form the blister so that they are not distorted, or there have been inventions which relate to transparent blisters so that the user is able to see the tablet. The challenge was to have a transparent blister and get a well-formed blister. Then there can be patenting in the film. There has been a lot of patenting on the materialization of the film or making the film with the right oxygen barrier and moisture barrier properties, but the thickness of the film so that it is very easily used in the forming machines. So all these aspects are because they relate to technology, they relate to a new product, they may even relate to process of forming the film or process of making the tablet. If it is the coating, the gastrointestinal coating has a new process. So all these will be subject matter of patents because they are in the technology domain. The second part is design. You can, even have design registrations for in case of this thing. So here, like design registration could be like, for example, the blister packing. You must have seen now. Earlier, we used to have a very regular 10 strip kind of strip, 10 tablet, 10 blister or 10 tablets kind of strip. Now there are multiple designs which are coming. I just picked up one design which had 8, it had 12 tablets. There's another one with only 4, and then for some of the children formulation, they are in the form of an apple. In fact, a few years ago, I think in 2014, we did almost like 400 design registrations for one of our clients who was into this domain, and just for different types of packaging, which is different type of strips. So this could even be and normally we don't think of these things. This could actually make you stand out in the market because people start recognizing the packaging. And, if they're counterfeit drugs, you could really sort of stop that. You've got counterfeit products which are similar, but they are not in the kind of packaging that you've done. So this would be a subject matter of design. Then, of course, if the outer packaging, if you have made it different, this can also be subject matter of design. For example, we had these calcium Sandoz tablets that used to come into a box which was more shaped like the face of a dog. So these are all elements of design. You can, this is a very important element where you could simply make your product stand out, make it different than what are the other generic products in the market. Like you must be seeing even in water bottles now, there are different shapes which are coming out. So, that is the way how people are positioning themselves. For example, the Aqua bottle, the only main difference is that it has a very different rectangular shape. So, from a very long distance, you are able to say that, make out the product. The other thing, third part is trademark here, like Tulam is a trademark of this company. And also the label, the way the label has been designed with this design element, and there is so this itself also can be used as a trademark. So these are the trademarks, of course, and of course, along with that, there could have been a tagline. Suppose this tablet does something, it relieves, so you could use that tagline also as a trademark. And of course, this not this write-up, because this is more an essential and standard write-up. But suppose you have a pamphlet which is being given with a drug, or even with an instrument, or whenever you have a brochure, or all these are subject matter of copyright. So these are the basic how in one product you can think of several IPR that could be registered, that could be protected, and that could be exploited for wealth creation. So these are the few aspects that we need to be aware of, and whenever it is a product or a process or an instrument or any of these. See, here is another example. where, the only element different is here, so they've missed out one tablet here. So this becomes a design element, and this could be registered as a design for the different packaging. It doesn't have the usual 10 rows or row of 10 or 2 rows of 5 or 3 rows of 15. So this is the way you can identify IPR in a product. So I'm going to next go about first. There are, as we are talking about the various types of IPR which are important here, I'm just going to take you through this different types, so that we can, whenever we are looking at our own processes, our products, we are able to identify that all these different types of IPR during our day-to-day working. So patents, of course, are for the technology, and I'll have a very quick browse through what it entails for and trademarks. As we saw, it is about the brand, about the name which is being used. Service marks are, of course, for services. So a hospital name will come under service marks rather than trademarks. Same way, a diagnostic lab which is doing service of testing will come under service marks. And also the profession of doctors will come under service marks. Providing service, it's not but products come under trademarks. So that's the main difference between trademarks and service marks. And then we just shortly saw about what designs are. It's mainly the outer look and the aesthetics. Copyright is more for artistic work or literary work. And we'll also see some other applications of copyright in this particular sector. And this is also very important right now. A lot of devices in the healthcare sector are electronic based, and sometimes the innovation really lies in the electronic circuit. So the elements are the same, but the way the circuit is designed is giving some important advancement. So this may be in ECG machines, or it may be in EEG machines. It may be in simple devices like inhalers, where only the difference is in the design of the circuit, and it gives certain advantage to the user. And so in that case, sometimes you don't, and you are continuously innovating, so you don't want to wait for 5 years or 10 years for the patent to be granted. It is taking in India or in many countries 3 to 5 years for a patent to be granted. In such cases, sometimes it's a good idea to apply for industrial designs, and also if the novelty lies in the circuit, you could apply for just integrated circuits layout designs. And it is similar, it's a very inexpensive, right? Geographical indications and plant variety are not so much applicable to this sector, so I'm not going into too many details, but these are also important IP rights. Now we look at unregistered trademarks and service marks. What are they? This is where there is no particular statute, means there is no law which protects them. There is no specific law. For example, patent, we have the Patent Act. For trademarks, we have the Trademarks Act. But here, for these copyright, we have the Copyright Act. But for these IP rights, though they are very important, and they can also be protected under the common law, but there is no particular statute for it yet in India. So unregistered trademark, suppose you have a product, but you have not your company name, you have not registered it so far, but you've been using it for some time, you can still register it, or if somebody copies, you can file a case under common law as passing off. Similarly, for the trade dress is like, how we just saw the box, the packing box, so how you are addressing your product, or even like suppose there is a hospital, there is a group of hospitals. Now, if they have a particular way they do their interiors, if there is a particular way their team dresses, all that comes under trade dress. so that when you enter the interiors of that place, or when you see a product, even if you don't see the name, you are immediately able to identify that this is this is where this is a product that I'm seeing. For example, you see the red and white. You go to a departmental store, you see red and white toothpaste, and immediately your thought is that, okay, this is Colgate. It could be something else, but that's the thought. Same way, if you go into a restaurant and you see red and yellow, red and yellow colors, and you see a mascot of the juicer, then you are going to think that this is McDonald's. So this is called red dress, that if a particular color scheme, the way the box is presented, the product is presented, becomes very known by the consumers, then this red dress, we don't have a statutory law here yet, but you can still protect the trade dress. Rights of passing off we have discussed. Trade secret and confidential information. So this is one area where I have always found, most of our inventors and our clients being in this dilemma that, okay, I have this formulation, here is, or I have this process, which gives me very good results, but I'm there is always whether I should file a patent application and disclose the particular process step or the process parameter or a particular ingredient that makes it very, very important for me to get that result, or I should keep it as a trade secret and confidential information. So here again, these are, so if you have decided to keep it as a trade secret, then in that case, there are a lot of do's and don'ts which we can always advise on. That how to maintain that trade secret, how to maintain that confidential information, and if those steps are followed, and despite that somebody is able to get hold of that information, and you are able to provide the evidence, you still can, sort of stop that person under the common law. Then traditional knowledge has become an important part of this industry because there's a small sector which is on the non-allopathic medicine, and TKDL has done this compilation of all this knowledge where a lot of herbal medications and their effects and have been compiled together. So again, people who've been using the traditional knowledge, if their rights have also been recorded, and you could, if you are using such information, then you have to, also make sure that you are attending to benefit sharing procedures, and that violation can also be protected. Then database protection right and data exclusivity right. Now these are, very important in this industry because you do your trials, you do your tests, you do different levels of trials for, of course, pharmaceutical products, but also for devices, you may do procedures and you may have your, protocols for testing. So a lot of all these data is important. And again, if you are able to show evidence that this has been used, it was your data. Again, we don't have a very well-formed data exclusivity and data protection rights yet in India, but yet we are able to protect it under common law if you are able to show that it belongs to you and it has been taken from your customer. So with that background on the different types of IP that may be applicable, and that we should really look for, I would go to the patent part. Now, first thing is that in that you will get the idea, and the important thing is to capture that idea, to protect that idea at that stage. Many people think that idea cannot be patented. Many times I keep hearing these questions about Can an idea be patented? Now, I will say that idea cannot be patented because finally I need to have the complete specification also filed. But at the time when you get the idea, whether it is an apparatus, whether it is a new device, whether it is a composition, whether it's a new molecule, or it's a new drug delivery method, or it's just a new packaging method, and anything. So at that stage, protecting the idea is very important. And many times, we forget at that stage because we are so excited about the idea. We are so focused on the further development of the idea that we sometimes miss this stage. And this is a very important stage, that idea stage. Once there is a little thought process which is already formed, which is a brief working of the idea, whether it's a product or a process. That is a stage where protection of the IP is very important. You may want to at that time create names and file the trademark application so that by the time you are ready to launch the product, your marketing team has also vetted those names, whether they are good names their market survey. Otherwise, just before the launch, there's always this tussle that goes on between the marketing team and the legal team about the names. So these are, I'm really sharing more of these practical tips because I'm sure what is a trademark and what is a patent and all that. This is something that I'm sure there's a lot of. I will go through that also. However, this was an important aspect that I wanted to share, that whenever we start thinking of IP in any sector, and particularly in this sector where there's so much development that's happening all the time, and where IP is one of the key factors in getting return on your investment, return on your hard work, thinking of all these IP, whether it's design, whether it's patent, whether it's trademark, at the time of conceptualization of this idea, where a brief working has been sort of worked out, is very important. The next stage will be when that idea is, is being worked upon, and you work out more details of the idea, how it is going to, whether it is process steps of in a process, whether it is different parts of an apparatus or a device. For example, it could be an inhaler, it could be a new, it could be a ventilator. We have filed a lot of patent applications for ventilators during this time. It could be a mask. There is so much invention that happened for masks and different protective devices. So so this idea, now you work out more details. That stage when it gets converted to invention, when you work out the integrity, the questions come, problems come, and then solutions are found for those problems, and that's the level where it comes to invention. Now the next level is innovation, where you actually make a working prototype, or you go to trial, or you go to next step of actually applying it to your industry or to your work, or to your company. And integration is actually starting to use the product into your day-to-day work, whether it is a product which you're going to sell out or a process that you're going to integrate within your working. So these are very important steps of IP protection. Mainly, of course, we talk more from the patent point of view, but also a very neglected sector, even at this idea stage, when you know that this is something that you are going to take forward. If your team has sort of decided that this is a good product or a process or a device that we are going to take forward, then to start thinking of how you're going to globally protect the IPR is an important aspect. So I'm just going to very quickly look at this, that I don't know if everybody is familiar with this, but Just to give you more details about what these different IPRs entail, so that there's more clarity. One patent is for either a new product or a process. So product will also include not only just a new molecule, but it will be in composition. It can be a vaccine, of course. It can be a new product which is just being delivered in a different form, like we saw the gastric coated, or it could be a device like inhalers or ventilators or masks. So all these will be products. And the main criteria is that it should be novel. So we are saying new product. These are the three criteria. New, then involving an inventive step, and capable of industrial application. So these are the main three criteria based on which the patent is granted in India, and of course in other countries also. Basically, novelty and inventive step is are in criteria in other countries. Instead of industrial application, some of the countries call it utility. Now here, this is another aspect that I want to share, that it is not a positive right. Why it is not a positive right? Because it is not, by getting a grant of a patent, it is not giving you a license to say that, yes, this product is very good, use this product. It is not a certification that because your patent is granted, it is giving you the right to make it or use it or sell it. So we call patents to be negative rights. So why is it a negative right? Because the purpose is more to prevent others. So this is an exclusive right given to the applicant to prevent others from making, using, selling, or importing the patented product or process, producing that product for those purposes. So it is a negative right that you can stop others from making it. There are four things. Making, so the person who is making the product without your permission is also infringing your rights. The user who is using the product is also infringing your rights. Many times, if it is an end user, people don't really take action against the end user because they are going to be your user also. Selling, like a distributor or a shopkeeper or a retailer. And then also, if the patent is in, let's say you have a patent in India, and you want to now import, you are not manufacturing it here, but you are simply importing it from another country. But that will also, if the patent is there in India, importing that product from another country is also going to be under. So this right, understanding that it is a negative right, because sometimes, when we read news, we always, many times we find this kind of, writing by the journalist saying that, okay, this so-and-so patent was, even for the COVID times, I'll share with you, there's a new patent which was granted in China for a vaccine. And then the journalist has written that grant of these rights show that this vaccine is effective. But that is not true. And we must be aware of how we are presenting the data in the industry. When you are, you are doing innovation, you are doing this, then understanding how to use that rights, whether they are pending rights or patented or granted rights, whether patent or trademark or design, how to really put it up on your website, put it up on your product, put it up on your publicity material. It's a very important thing, and so that is a very important. So it's not a positive right. It's not like a license. So any other compliances which are required by the regulatory department, by regulatory affairs, are all required in every product. So it's getting a patent issue is not a substitute for those kind of compliances. Important thing also is territoriality. So, what we mean by this is that if you are filed for a patent in India, it will be applicable only for India. It is not going to be applicable for US. And also the reverse is very important to understand that if there is a US patent and a similar corresponding patent application has not been filed in India, in that case, the rights are only going to be in US. It's not going to be in India. So you must have heard of the famous haldi turmeric product for which there was a lot of hue and cry. But the thing is, if you actually see the patent application, it was only filed in US. There was no corresponding application filed in India. And there was a lot of, the whole press went yellow printing about it and saying, oh, now we are going to be stopped from using haldi and this is our traditional knowledge and this is our, how can you, this be allowed? But really, once you understand that this important aspect, then you know that all that was not necessary. All that writing which is coming in the press was unresearched and unthought of. And if there's a patent in US, nobody can stop you from using. Of course, it was not for turmeric the way we use turmeric. It was a totally different aspect of which was the patent was filed only for use of turmeric extract in rats for gastric healing. So there was a very limited new use of a known product, that those kind of patents are only can be are granted in US, they are not granted in India, new use of a known product. So it was for a particular use of for gastric ulcer healing in rats. So it did not affect use by human beings, first of all, and it did not affect use in India, definitely. And it did not affect use for any other purpose. So this was what I just wanted to use this example to help you understand the territoriality, that all patents are territorial. There are, of course, some international treaties between different countries. Like we have the Paris Convention, we have the Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT, by which you can file application in one country and use this international treaty to sort of get some time while you can decide on how the product is going. You can defer your filing in other countries, and you can find investment. You can also take very informed decisions, because you filed your priority application on the first application, and now you have without worrying about whether somebody is going to copy or there is a lot of parallel invention going on, particularly in healthcare industry. There's a lot of parallel invention going on, so it's very important to file your IP rights as soon as possible, and that is why the full filing of provisional patent application is very important. So this is an important aspect of territoriality which you need to understand. Of course, again, if it is a patent filed in another country, not filed in India, you are free to use that technology. You are free to make that product, sell it in India, but not export to that country where the patent rights are existing. So understanding the territoriality of the patents and using patent information. This is very good information, technical information available in the way of patent documents which are published. There are a lot of free websites that can be used to, whenever you start thinking of an idea, whenever you want to launch a product or you want to make a product, already known product, it's a very important tool to sort of do a patent search, find out what is happening, which territories are you interested in, and whether that product or that process is patented in that territory. The other important thing is that these are transferable. So think of it as property rights, just like physical property. So you can see that either you can license it, just like you rent your house, and same way you can assign it. Means you can sell the IPR just like how you sell your physical property. So licensing can be equal to renting, and assignment can be equal to selling. Typically, patent rights are 20 years from the date of filing. Then trademarks, we talked about the sign which distinguishes the goods and services of one enterprise from other. So these are the different types of signs. So where you may want to do a trademark for, let's say, first your company name, then it could be the product names, and then in the product, as you come with different strengths and different formulation, you make so and so plus and so ls, and all these trademarks. You have to keep thinking of how to make sure that your product is distinguished from other enterprise. And duration for a trademark registration is 10 years, but it is not like patents. After 20 years, it goes into public domain. So even if I am ready to pay renewal fees, like how in patents we pay renewal fees every year, patent we cannot renew after 20 years. But your trademarks we can renew after every 10 years and have perpetual life. Now, copyright, why I'm talking about is here, literary works, we do quite a bit of registrations on the brochures or the writing material, the user instructions manual that you do with your devices or your equipment in that industry, and also sometimes with your tablet box, there is a manual, or so you spend a lot of time on that. That can all come under copyright. Also, if there's a particular logo, or you can sort of file the trademark for it, take the permission from the trademark registry, and file a copyright for it under the artistic work. And the third aspect of copyright I'd like to cover is computer programs, because as we said, a lot of invention now in the healthcare industry, particularly in equipment, in diagnostic equipment, in surgical equipment, in even in personal use equipment such as wearable devices. The computer program which helps with that app is very important. And therefore, filing a copyright application, of course, it is in this step, and now you can file a patent, but filing a copyright application for that computer program which is going to run that app, or automation that has been incorporated into that equipment, or any advanced features that have been incorporated, like better video compression, or all these, there's a combination of, let's say, sensors that are picking up the physical activity and, informing the doctor. So all these require programming, and it's becoming a very crowded space using Internet of Things and programming in this sector. So there normally we file, we advise two types of applications, copyright applications. So one will be for the source code, the lines of code which comes under the literary work, and then the second will be for the GUI also sometimes, which will come under this computer programs. Lifetime of a copyright is very long, 50 years from the lifetime of author, or if it is a published work, then 65 years, or if it is broadcasted, 25 years. The other right is industrial design, which is for the external appearance of the articles and does not relate to the technical features. As we just saw, that it could be as simple as just a blister or an inhaler looking different. It could be as simple as that, but it definitely is a very important right, because first it gets granted within 3 to 6 months. The cost is hardly 15,000 rupees. The right is granted for 10 years, then you can renew it at a very nominal cost for 5 years. So many times this is something that you can always think of, and particularly when you are in devices and products like that. And this we have discussed. Now, I would like to talk for a few minutes on what was the impact of COVID on business. There was on particularly the healthcare sector. So what happened is that when we were confronted with this situation, yes, of course, many of us were taken aback, and we were not happy with what was happening, and nobody is happy with what is happening. However, there was a mindset and it created a particular potential mindset for different requirements. Everybody started looking at things very differently. And you will be amazed at the kind of innovation that has happened during this time. Like if I think of the time from the last 6 months, we have been working day and night helping everyone to sort of file their IP in relation to the developments they were doing in the healthcare sector. And of course, they had to be filed like next day, the same night, and the main important thing is that a lot of many times when we file IP, it's like far away in future. You see the product is going to come after some time, and but this was a time which was a very different time for us also, because we found that whether it was some formulations or whether it was devices or whether it was simple masks, which were there was so much innovation that happened simply in making a mask. People came up with a lot of different ideas. Even simple device for keeping the straps of the mask together at the back so that it will not hurt the ears. So there was such a different mindset of innovation pouring in. I'm sure a lot of other it must have been all over the world, but I'm just talking about our practice, and it was wonderful to see how human mind, the versatility of the human mind, which is really thinking through the contours of this of the present situation. And we are not only tackling the present situation, but people are going a step above and beyond, visualizing what is going to be the next normal, and then creating solutions for that next normal. So it's just wonderful to see how the whole industry is reacting to this. Then, of course, because of the lockdown and social distancing, this was required. Many businesses have switched to online mode of doing business, and we always wanted to visit our consultants. But however, right from delivery of medicines or delivery of products or delivery of even consultation, has all become online, and a lot of apps have developed during this time, and that is where we've seen a lot of electronic and mechanical IT patents being filed by this industry. Then, so like impact is, a lot of development happened on the mask, sanitizers, ventilator, oximeters, of course, antiviral drugs, and then everybody's, looking for a vaccine. And I'm sure most of the audience here are from this industry, so you are quite aware of these further things. So now I just wanted to divide these products. It doesn't need to be related to COVID-19, but generally in the healthcare sector, we would divide products into 3 or 4 major categories. One will be curative products, example medicines that cure, like antiviral drugs. Or then preventive products, which could be vaccines, or there have been some homeopathic Ayurvedic medicines. But in preventive products, you also have sanitizers. Will come under that, because you are trying to prevent the spread of infection. The same thing is for hand wash, all these fruits and vegetable cleaners, different type of disinfectants. And the dispenser. So here we are talking about the composition, where it is a sanitizer or a hand wash or a disinfectant. And at the same time, we are also looking at different types of dispensers. So, you must have seen that because you don't want to touch the bottle, there have been foot-operated sanitizers and mists of disinfectants which are being used. There are tunnels of disinfectants which are being used for the disinfection. So all these have been and this has gone on to different industries, because whether it's the fitting industries, like your normal day-to-day bathroom fittings, all that industry is also now adapting to that new normal. So not only the healthcare sector, but this adaptation to what may be required in future are whole concepts of cleanliness and hygiene and social distancing and have changed so much that it has also spilled over to other industries. Then, of course, in preventive products, we also have devices like masks, face shields. We have gloves, different types of gloves. Like, for example, gloves which will also have the disinfectants filled in. So when you use the glove, it also sort of, releases the disinfectant. Different types of coatings on the PPE kits and different construction of PPE kits. In the masks also, we had things like just, like the because you have to take when you are as offices and factories started and people realize that if you are sitting close to, on a eating table and then you have to remove your mask. So you are in public at that time, you have to remove your mask for eating. There were things like zips for the mask. There's so much. Sometimes it's funny, but it's also just shows how creative a human mind is, and how much scope is there for development in this area. We talked about this, sanitizing machines, mist creating machines, and other social distancing equipment. Then, of course, the diagnostic devices are there, and of course, I've noted I put here only what were relevant to COVID. But that is how we divide the kind of products in this sector. So the digital infrared, there were fingertip oxy test kits. There are different types of test kits that came out, and then of course treatment devices like the ventilators. There was a lot of focus on low-cost ventilators because the numbers were so high that most of the hospitals of the rural area or even the developing countries could not afford, and a lot of focus was on low-cost ventilators. And the good thing is many of the corporates who actually came out with these low-cost ventilators they filed their patent rights, but they didn't want to sort of enforce it, and they made it open to the public. Hospital beds. There was a lot of this on this, folding hospital beds, which could simply be folded and very easily carried, and a lot of grounds had to be converted to hospitals or COVID centers. So a lot of innovation happened in that area. Managerial devices. Again, we saw a lot of inventions on that. Contact delivery. So there was, management issue as to how you can deliver products without contact. Then separators for seating arrangement, either in vehicles or in offices or things like that. And IT sector. Important thing is, again, IT sector. Of course, video conferencing and these types of things. There was a lot of improvement. There were a lot of patents filed of, trans app communication. Of course, you've seen Arogya Setu, which is continuously undergoing improvement. And of course, there are a lot of apps that came for tracking health parameters like your breath. You could actually use an app on a mobile phone, which is sort of based on your sound, is going to, tell your consultant whether your breathing sound is regular. And apps for online education. This education also related to teaching the general public how you can. So all these came into IT sectors, and this is where patents as well as copyright was a very important aspect of IT. I'm just giving some example of these are the kind of applications we file, like even a handkerchief that would fight viral infections, because a method of fabricating that handkerchief so that you have a long release, long release sort of long release molecules or small nano size particles which you use disinfectant slowly. those kind of all these kind of patent applications were filed. Okay, and then I'll go. I think we are almost at the end of the time that we set out for this. I've just given some examples of this kind of patents that are really filed in all these sectors, and they all mainly relate to. This is the news that I was sharing, that first patent was granted to a Chinese company called CanSino, and they are now sort of wanting to come out with it in the. They are saying that it can be mass produced in a short time. But the earlier what I was talking about was this, that CanSino said in a statement on Sunday that Cantor patent further confirmed the vaccine's efficacy and safety. And this is a wrong statement, in my opinion, my profession, because grant of a patent does not confirm the efficacy or the safety of the of a product, and it would be good to refrain from using such sentences in the. Now, a very important aspect in the healthcare industry, and particularly during this time, is one thing that I wanted to share, and this is very popular in electronic industry also, and now it is becoming very popular in the healthcare industry. Is about setting up of patent pools. So, what is a patent pool? That it's a consortium of two or more entities which agree to license their patents to one another or to a third party. So you have a patent pool in which the terms and so you share your patent to the patent pool. Multiple people can share their patent rights in that pool, and the licensing terms are agreed, and the license is standard. So you can either license to each other, or you can even just put your patent in the pool and let any third party open, and based on whatever license fee you have fixed, you continue to get the royalties. Now, why is it important? Because see, what happens is that when you come up with a good idea, come up with a good product or a good process or a diagnostic device, or any of these different innovations that we have seen, it takes a lot of time for somebody to think of the idea, do the test, and then manufacture is a second challenge, and third, marketing is a third challenge. Everybody is not good with all three, and in our practical experience, we have seen that a lot of very good ideas died dead because either there was the product development did not happen, or even if the product and prototype development happened, they were not able to market because they didn't have the reach, they didn't have the resources, they did not have the know-how how to market the product. And therefore, when you form such patent pools, then you are causing this synergy of people who are experts at creation of a new product or thinking out a new process. People who have the technical expertise. Then there's a synergy with person who can manufacture it. So maybe, and even if you have manufacturing facilities, you may have it for, let's say, 10,000 articles, or 10,000 devices, or 10,000 strips of composition, or but you may not have the capacity to meet the demand which is there in the market, or you may be able to file in countries, and the product is so good that you are not able to file in many other countries. Where again, you could, sort of. So this is a very good way of course, patent pool will be after your filing. So this will be a very good way of reaching out, maximizing the potential of your development, whether it's a technology, even in process or product. So this really helps in maximizing the potential, and there are many. There is I think it's called medicine patent pool, which you can check up online. And here, you can negotiate with this is an organization that helps you negotiate the licenses and how to sort of develop and cost structure, how to develop the license agreements. And this really helps in, particularly in the present situation where the products that are good, the products which are helping either the healthcare providers or the patients, need to reach a large mass of audience, a large mass of users very quickly. It's a diagnostic device. It's a very important aspect of business that we can sort of achieve. By using this, we can really create a very productive technical solution and achieve also see the fruition of that very quickly, because it does take a lot of time for different people when you don't have the tools to sort of be able to make a product and also market the product. All your efforts sort of get diversified, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. So this is how these entities come together. It's a patent, medicinal patent pool, and they came up with this CTAP. This was formed, and they are now, this is how this medicinal patent pool is has decided to work collaboratively through the existing mechanism for voluntary pooling and licensing patents and working with the client. So thank you very much for being a very patient listener. And if there are any questions, this time I can take it now or whatever to decide.
Thank you, Dr. Niti Diwan, for addressing the participants. It's a very interesting presentation and a comprehensive one. I'm sure people would have a few questions. They can say the questions to the chamber. We can definitely pass it on to you. So with this, let me welcome Dr. Suresh Jadhav. So Dr. Suresh Jadhav, as you can see, has 47 years of technical experience, including the quality control, quality assurance, GMP, GLP, GCP, techniques, inspection of laboratories, etc. Actively involved in the development of vaccines against COVID-19 infection, of course, being associated with BMN with its inception, and so many years of experience. So he's closely worked with organizations like the WHO in various capacities in the advisory boards and expert committees of pharmacopoeia and so on and so forth. Of course, it's a matter of pride that Serum is our privileged member for a long time. It's a matter of real privilege to have Dr. Jadhav amongst us. He's also confirmed with IPA Pune Lifetime Achievement Award in 2015 itself by the Indian Pharmaceutical Association. Is officially, of course, his designation is Head of Patents and Business Development at Serum Institute of India as Executive Director, but I'm sure with the kind of experience that he has, there are many tasks that he performs. He guides the teams and also the fraternity, not only in India but also across the world, given the reach and experience of Serum and Dr. Jadhav sir. So without wasting any further time, let me request Jadhav sir to begin his presentation. So Satvisha, you can give the presentation rights back to him. Thank you. It's really an honor for us to have Dr. Jadhav amongst us, and particularly in this crucial phase where Serum team and Dr. Jadhav are in really deep, engaged deeply in the COVID-19 vaccine development and the processes that go along with it. Over to you, sir.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Sudhanva. I think it's an honor to be asked by on behalf of MCCCIA to make this presentation. It's really not very easy to compress it in such a short time, but I will try to do the best that I can. So I think I have put the topic as Indian vaccine industry and the global vaccine needs. Today, if you see the global vaccine market is almost about 33.7 billion. That was the official figure in 2018, and it is expected to grow to almost about 57.5 billion by 2025. The growth is attributed to the rising adoption of vaccines globally and technological advances leading to the strong vaccine pipeline. The North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, Latin America, Middle East and Africa, they dominate the market. Asia Pacific region is expected to grow at a highest rate, that is CAGR of about 8.9% in the upcoming years. The major players in this field outside of the developing countries or in the developed countries are Pfizer, Merck, Sanofi, GSK, Johnson & Johnson, Takeda and AstraZeneca. And they also remain the key players globally. What I would like to make a mention here, that in terms of quantities, they make only about 20% of the product and sell it. But their revenue is more than 85% of this 33.7 billion. Whereas the developing country vaccine manufacturers, they manufacture almost about 85% of the other requirements, but their revenue is less than 15%. So this is something very, very disturbing for the manufacturers like us from the developing world. If you see the vaccine innovation in the last 15 years, that is from say 2000 till about 2020, you will see a surge of new vaccines which has come in this short period of time. In the past, I think after the smallpox vaccine in 1998, the other vaccines has taken very long time to be invented and put into use in the public. But if you see from 2000 to 2020, there is a plethora of newer vaccines which have come in. And this was also the time when an organization by name Gavi came into existence. What is Gavi? It's a global alliance for vaccine and immunization, which was, I think, initiated by Mr. Gates, Bill Gates, by giving a grant of almost about $1 billion. And today, they are responsible for introducing the newer vaccine in the developing world. Because in the past, even if the vaccines were available, developing world people wanted to use it, but they couldn't afford or the price which was being charged by the big pharma. And that was one of the triggers why I think developing country vaccine manufacturers started looking at these new opportunities. And today, you will see in short that what has happened and how the scenario has changed globally. What are the global challenges for vaccine? Because in a short time, in the human history, since the vaccines have been introduced on a global scale, they have changed the world. The many challenges are still to be solved. That is emerging and re-emerging infections like we are seeing for COVID-19, Ebola, pertussis, or even the H1N1 influenza infection. The vaccine coverage in the developing countries is minuscule, and opposition to the vaccine, that is the anti-vaccine lobby, is, I think, affecting the use of vaccine in general. Safety and risk. There is a increasing confidence on the vaccine, but there are people like anti-vaccine lobby people, and there are some religious groups who sort of oppose the vaccination. Our challenge for the vaccination for all, or which is also a challenge for the WHO and other international agencies, the world population growth from 1750 to 2150, if you see, is going to be almost about 11 billion population by 2150. And to make this population vaccinated is going to be a real big challenge. Today, the global vaccine supply, as I told you, is distributed in two worlds. One, what we call the developed world, where there is a federation like IFPMA, which is the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, which comprises of almost over 25 leading international companies. Majority of revenue stakes owned by big five pharma, which I had already indicated in the second slide. And it represents research-based pharmaceutical and biotech companies. They generate 80-85% of the total revenue in global vaccine market and contribute about 12 to 15% in volumes to the global vaccine requirement. And the DCVMN, which was formed simultaneously along with the Gavi by a push from WHO, which was established in 2000. There are today more than 43 members in 14 countries. They are from Latin America, Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. They supply over 40 different types of vaccines to the international agencies and in the private market in the developing world, totaling to around 300 products. They cater to 50% of volume and 50% by value of UNICEF share, largely kept prices of traditional vaccines affordable in spite of declining interest of big pharma in the EPI vaccines. The DCVMN today, as I told you, are 43 manufacturers from 14 countries and territories. So these dots represents these manufacturers in the different parts of the world. And as you will see, that India and Southeast Asia is a major concentration of these vaccine manufacturers. And of course, China. Today, India is the major vaccine supplier globally, contributing to almost 70% of the total requirement of the UN agencies, that is UNICEF and FAO, and also in the private market in Middle East, Southeast Asia, in South America, and the whole of Africa is supplied by the developing world. And out of that, almost 80% is catered by the Indian manufacturers. But what is the situation in India? Although at one side, we are making vaccines supplied globally to almost about their 70% requirement. But what is happening in India is India loses close to about 2 million lives a year due to the vaccine preventable diseases. The vaccine coverage is also lowest in India. Per capita vaccine spend is lowest in India, which is just about $0.1 as compared to $0.5 in China and $34.4 in USA. But there are some good signs that India was declared polio free, and the vaccination is now on the health agenda by our new government, like launching the projects like Indradhanush, which is an excellent initiative. On the background of the global scene, what is the Indian vaccine industry scenario and what are the Make in India opportunities? Asia is emerging as the vaccine hub of the world. Indian industry is emerging as vaccine hub of Asia and emerging as a global health player in providing quality vaccine at affordable prices. Facilities are on par with the global standard and a robust R&D pipeline for newer vaccine exists. Around 70% of the total volume manufactured is exported. India's major supplier of vaccine to UNICEF, which in turn supplies to 40% of the total vaccine demand for the childhood vaccination in more than 100 countries. Share of the private sector in the total volume of vaccine exported is low. However, the recent government initiative, once neglected vaccine market, is now considered as a source of steady income. The evidence for this is being the takeover of Shanta Biotech by Sanofi Aventis. The reason which makes the Indian companies very attractive to take over are opportunity and assured income from exports, and facilities are on par with the global standards which could be used for manufacturing to meet the global demand. See, any vaccine which is manufactured and exported, particularly to the UN agencies, one of the major requirements of the UNICEF is that the manufacturing company must be WHO pre-qualified for that particular product. And most of the Indian manufacturers are now WHO pre-qualified and supply to the UN agencies with the same GMP requirements and the quality requirements as expected by WHO from any manufacturer, whether he is coming from developed world or a developing world. Now coming down to the COVID vaccines and the platforms, especially taking into account what has happened in the last 6 months, the principal platforms which are being pursued by various manufacturers are making a vaccine for the COVID, for the using live attenuated virus, or using inactivated virus, or using a DNA or RNA technology, that is nucleic acid based product, replicating viral vectors like measles, non-replicating viral vectors like adenoviral vectors and MVA, and the recombinant protein subunit or virus-like particles. In last about 15 to 20 years since the Gates Foundation was formed, they had launched a project of giving some money to the laboratories or research laboratories, industries or individual researcher, a small grant, maybe about couple of million to about $10 million to develop the new technologies for the vaccines. Now, in last 15 years, several technologies have been developed, but no manufacturer wanted to use it for the existing products. Because if you want to use any new technology and make a product which is equivalent to the existing product which is already used in the countries or in the universal API programs, then the manufacturer will have to do the clinical trials and he has to prove the efficacy of that particular product. And for that kind of clinical trial, you require almost about $150 million to prove that the new product that you have made is equivalent or better than the existing one. And no manufacturer was ready to spend that kind of money to prove that. However, the COVID has given an excellent opportunity for all these new developments which has taken place in last 15 to 20 years. And that's the reason when I said that there are almost about 180 different vaccines which are being tested for COVID itself, and almost 40 are already in clinical trials using various technologies and various platforms which they have used for growing the cells and making the product. The feasibility of any of these platforms to use the existing manufacturing capacity has to be assessed, and the formulation combined with the adjuvant may potentially play a role in immunogenicity and efficacy of vaccine candidates. We know that there are many adjuvants, but there are only few adjuvants which are actually used in the vaccines. And the newer adjuvants, if you want to use, then again you have to make a huge clinical trial costing hundreds of millions of dollars. And this making a COVID vaccine, which is a totally new vaccine, that makes a lot of sense, because if the money is being spent, whether you use the conventional adjuvant, conventional manufacturing process, or the newly developed processes in the last 15-20 years, the expense will be identical. And that's the reason why there are so many new candidates which are being tried at this moment. The scenario on the Indian scene as on today is there are at least about 5 companies who are working on making the vaccine. So Bharat Biotech, in collaboration with the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the vaccine company Fusion, has begun the development of testing of a vaccine to be delivered intranasally. It will be based upon the influenza virus, where the gene sequence from the SARS-CoV are inserted into the M2SR vaccine platform, which has completed phase 2 trials in the USA. In addition to that, Bharat has made an agreement with NIV Pune and ICMR, and taken a live virus, COVID virus from one of the patients, and they have developed their own inactivated vaccine. And this is the vaccine which is already in now phase 1/2 clinical trial, for which the trials are already on, and most probably that will be the vaccine which will be coming out in the near future. Biological E is developing an adjuvanted protein subunit of the receptor binding domain of RBD and protein of MERS-CoV nCoV spike, currently in the preclinical stage. In addition to that, they have also made a contract with Johnson & Johnson that when Johnson & Johnson vaccine is ready, they will give it that technology or the bulk to Biological E, and which they will be filling in India. The third company is Indian Immunologicals, which is the part of Indian Dairy Development Corporation, and they have a collaborative agreement with Australia's Griffith University to develop a live attenuated SARS-CoV vaccine, and the latest codon de-optimization technology will be used for that using the existing ViroCell platform. They have not yet started any clinical trials, but the vaccine is in development. Besides that, Zydus Cadila in India is developing two candidate vaccines. The first deals with the development of a DNA vaccine against the major viral membrane protein responsible for the cell entry of the novel coronavirus. The plasmid DNA candidate has entered into preclinical toxicological studies in Q2, and Zydus will undertake the clinical development and licensure of this vaccine once successful. It will also address any antigenic drift or shift of the virus, developing a modified construct in 2 to 3 weeks. The second approach deals with the development of a live attenuated recombinant measles virus vector vaccine. So these are the different pathways that the Indian companies are following. In addition to that, Serum Institute is following 5 different candidate vaccines. That is, we are already collaborating with Oxford University and AstraZeneca because Oxford University has given their rights to AstraZeneca for manufacturing on commercial scale. It's a chimp adeno-based viral vector, and it's a collaborative. The second product, the Jadox vaccine which we are making with AstraZeneca is already in phase 3. It did see some hiccups in last 2 weeks when there was a case of suspected neurological complication in London. No other regulatory authorities actually stopped or issued any letter to the manufacturer except the government of India, which issued a show cause notice to Serum Institute to stop the phase 3 clinical trial. Although the DSMB has cleared all the clinical trials and all the data which they have seen to go ahead, but then we had to stop and we lost precious 2 weeks time in continuing the phase 3 vaccine. So that much delay will be there for getting the licensure. Another candidate which we are working is a collaboration with the Novavax. It is a full-length SARS-CoV-2 recombinant spike protein vaccine for the prevention of COVID-19. We have already got all the technology and all the cell lines and other technical information to make this vaccine. And this vaccine, we have already taken a couple of batches, and it will go for the phase 1 studies very shortly. We are also working on a measles-based viral vector collaboration with Chemis Austria and Institute of Pasteur France. There is another collaboration where Podogenics, another company in Boston in US, have developed a live attenuated vaccine which will be completely manufactured from scratch at Serum Institute. We have also started manufacturing, development and the development on the clinical trials for the hepatitis B VLP-based spike HR expressed in the recombinant Hansenella polymorpha for presentation of corona RBD protein in collaboration with MIT and Spy Biotech in Oxford. So these are the 5 different candidate vaccines which we are working on. And at this moment, the Chinox vaccine is the one which is leading the way and which will be the first one to come out from the serum stable. We expect our clinical trials to be completed in next about 3 to 4 months time. And in the first quarter 2021, we expect to get the regulatory approval, and then the product will be available for use for prevention of corona infection. Now, what are the challenges for Indian vaccine industry? Number 1 is maintaining quality while remaining competitive in prices. Because in India, as you all know, we have got the drug price control order, and it's the NPPA who regulate the prices of the essential drugs. Not only essential drugs, but all other drugs. And I think that is a big challenge for developing or making any new product. In India, we want prices to be the minimum, but we expect quality at the highest level. Now, if you want to maintain a quality and meet WHO requirements or the international pharmacopoeia requirement like the EU or the BP or the US FDA, but if you are not ready to pay for that high input prices, I think things are not going to be very easy for Indian manufacturers. The second problem that we face is the intellectual property protection, because most of these products which are available, which are already in use, the big pharma has taken the IP rights on that, and also they have patents for various processes which we cannot use. That means whenever we want to make a product which is already existing, we have to study at least for a year or 2 the way how we are going to circumvent those technologies without infringing on that patent. So we have to either devise a new technology or find out a new path to make the same product so that we are not infringing on any IP rights. Then there are regulatory approvals, because India follows a very different route for giving regulatory approvals. One of the conditions of EU and US FDA or in MHRA is that the day on which you get your marketing authorization, your product has to be ready at least 4 batches to be put into the market. And in India, you cannot even start your manufacturing unless you have a marketing authorization. So you cannot stockpile it. Fortunately, recently for Corona, I think the regulators realize that they have to follow a different way of thinking as against what they were following all along, and they have to fall in line with what other regulators globally, particularly the developed world regulators, they follow that path, which must be chosen by our regulators, and which fortunately they have done. So for COVID, they have given us permission to stockpile so that the day we get the marketing authorization, there will be sufficient stock to release next day into the market. In addition to that, access to the local markets, that is, we manufacturers from the developing world mainly supplies to the UN agencies, which in turn fulfill the requirement of the various governments. Because today Serum Institute itself supply to almost about 170 countries. But in most of the countries, if the material goes to the UN agencies, it is the government who does the distribution, which is in their primary health care system. But in the private market, we have to again follow a very different route, get the product registered, make the payment for the registration, maintain the registration every year. Those people will come again for inspection. Even if the factory is WHO pre-qualified, these people want to come and do the inspections. And that delays the access to the local markets in the other countries. What are the different challenges? One is maintaining quality while remaining competitive in price. So before we get a license, so during the pre-licensure stage, we have to see that the medical need and the disease burden has to be assessed, the scientific feasibility of that particular product, whether we can make it or not. There has to be basic vaccine research within the organization. You have to decide upon a candidate vaccine. Then you have to develop the manufacturing process. Then you have to determine the product characterization. And then you have to have your risk management plan in place. And then you start your preclinical studies, then phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Then you do your registration, get a license. And then after getting a license, you have to continue your phase 4 clinical studies continuously over a period of at least 5 to 10 years till your regulator is fully satisfied that the product is absolutely safe. You have to continuously carry on your pharmacovigilance program during this period, and all this data has to be periodically submitted to the regulators. Maintaining quality while remaining competitive in prices. These challenges have multiplied with upcoming new vaccine owing to the use of advanced technology platform for vaccine development, that is VLPs, recombinant strains, neoconjugation technologies. The new delivery technologies need specialized facilities. The newer vaccines are either multivalent or combination vaccines, and the quality control of such vaccine is very intensive. Just to give an example, that one batch of 10-valent pneumococcal conjugate vaccine needs more than 250 tests for the release of one batch of vaccine. Ever-growing regulatory requirements for testing and the product registration, and the regulatory preferences for alternatives to the animal testing needs advanced assays as in vitro alternatives. On intellectual property, the new vaccine based on the novel technologies comes with the baggage of IP cost. Industry spends a lot of resources on either securing a purchase agreement of IP rights. MNCs use such IP rights to block the use of technologies. Government initiative on Make in India and Startup India with inclusion of biotech sector is a good initiative. NCL venture is a good step. Academia and Indian startups can fill this space. The Indian academia needs to be made more aware of the need to work in the areas relevant to the vaccine technologies. And the current DBT BIRAC schemes and the ICMR initiatives are a good step forward. The industry academia interface are required for the development of such technologies as IP development and owned in India will be cost effective. For regulatory approvals, gaining regulatory approvals during vaccine development have a major impact on timelines for the product development. Industry prefers single window regulatory approvals. There are too many committees which delay this process. The recent government initiatives for streamlining the process is encouraging, but still something more needs to be done. Industry expects more such initiatives, example, development of vaccine with special consideration for COVID-19 vaccine, and the decentralization of some regulatory approvals to the state FDA will be a welcome step. Access to the local market, access to the local vaccine market is low and needs to increase for sustaining and staying in business. Private supplies to market is just at 10 to 12% of the total sales. Awareness among people for protection against disease which are not covered by EPI vaccines. Better information and communication are the keys to relevant use of vaccine. IT sector can play an important role in creating and increasing the awareness on use of vaccine for individuals, for parents, for health professionals, for bureaucrats, and for the governments. And for increasing confidence on vaccine, immunization are among the safest and most cost-effective measures in public health intervention. No vaccine, however, is completely safe or effective. Close monitoring of adverse event is very important to the maintenance of confidence and sufficient vaccination coverage to provide herd immunity. The development of vaccine has reached a high level of complexity where safety concerns need to be addressed correctly. The risk of litigation outweighs the cost of development, and the public requires an almost zero risk product. So in summary, Indian vaccine scenario is encouraging and many newer vaccines will be developed and licensed in the next decade. Indian industry has remained consistent with respect to the maintaining quality and sustaining competitiveness in pricing. Doing that on sustainable basis will require an all-round support from academia, IT industry, healthcare sector and government, and partnerships and collaborations are the key. Of course, these are my thoughts, so I will put this disclaimer. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Saab, if there is any quick question or two while Dr. Sir is around, anyone can do this.
Sure.
So, Dr. Saab, we are keenly waiting for the new generation vaccine, not only the COVID-19, but all the new generation vaccines that can immunize almost the whole of mankind.
Right.
And really proud that Serum is amongst us right here in Pune. And we really look forward to work with you even more intensely in the future. So
certainly, no, I think it will be our pleasure and obligation to make your wish come true. And in fact, in addition to the COVID vaccine, which we are working very diligently now, very shortly you can expect a malaria vaccine from Serum Institute, the new meningococcal conjugative vaccine, 5-valent, first time in the world, and also some of these adult vaccine like DT with cellular pertussis will be shortly coming from the stables of Serum. Another very important vaccine which we are working and already in phase 3 is the vaccine for the cancer of uterus. That is, I think I'm just forgetting the name. And also the recombinant BCG vaccine for the treatment of bladder cancer. These are some of the new products which are in pipeline and will be shortly available in about 1 year to 1.5 years time.
Thank you so much, sir, and look forward to continued engagement with you and your team. Just to put on record, Dr. Jadav's colleague, Mr. P.C. Nambiar, who is one of the directors at Serum Institute, is a long-standing chairman of our Foreign Trade Committee. And when I requested him, sir, I'm doing this event, he said, by all means, you should invite Dr. Saab to be amongst us. And we are also happy that tomorrow we'll have one equally eminent person, Dr. Dere, who will be presenting his thoughts on one other aspect and also will be in the panel. So thank you so much, Dr. Saab. It's enlightening to listen to all of your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much.
With this, let me request Mr. Srikanta Doshi, my colleague Satvisha will give the presentation rights and also show the first let her show the introduction for Mr. Doshi.
Yes.
Mr. Srikanta Doshi, he is the Vice President Engineering at Persistent Systems, another prestigious family member of MCCIA, if I may put it. So welcome, Srikanta Doshi, sir. We really worked with the founder of Persistent to shape this program, and we thought of engaging and bringing a few topics which are more relevant to the diverse audience. Therefore, no better company and person than Srikanta was recommended by none other than Dr. Anand Deshpande himself. He said, why don't you invite him and try and request him to share his thoughts on IT for healthcare as a topic for this program. So welcome, Shrikant sir, and let me request my colleague Satrisha to assign the presentation rights to him.
So good afternoon, and thank you for inviting for sharing this particular occasion. So what I'll do is essentially have a broad range of topics that we have outlined for the summit, and I will focus on a few of them and try to take an intersection of, for example, the NDHB and the Ayushman Bharat scheme, as well as the activities happening in India, specifically driven by NDHB, and the impact that is having on the Indian healthcare sector, and try and correlate that with the overall background of the COVID pandemic, as well as some of the activities that we have been doing, in particular with RSSDI. So as I begin, let me just say quickly that Persistent has been on the forefront of collaborating with global institutions in this space. So we've been doing a lot of work with large hospitals, some of the largest ones in the world. We do a lot of work with academic healthcare centers, largely in the US. We do a lot of research collaboration with universities, again in the US as well as in India. And specifically in India, we've been tracking NDHB very closely, and we are starting to do some early work in that area, as well as we are doing work in cancer and diabetic research and diabetic collaboration in the Indian context. So what I'll do is, as I walk through the presentation, I'll draw upon two parts. One is the NDHB scenario and how it creates a sort of a value system or a reimbursement system for innovation to happen. And the second part is really what are the needs that are unique to India and how are they sort of amplified in the overall COVID context. So it will be useful to start with this picture, which kind of puts it in context. And traditionally what has happened is, so this may not be new to quite a lot of people, but what I want to do is use this to point out how NDHB is sort of driving some changes. So traditionally what has happened is healthcare has been looked at in only as in the clinical context. So a lot of activity is really around the clinical part, which is the patient and the hospitals. In some cases like cancer, that has extended to the phenotype and sequencing and those activities. But large part, the rest of the two quadrants that I have here have largely been in afterthought. So essentially, whatever happens in the environment around that patient, as well as activities that surround the patient, largely afterthoughts. And even in the developed world, that has been the case till now, where the picture is starting to change. How this is relevant to us is in the NDHB and the NDHM scenario. What is happening is there is a recognition that the entire picture is important for us. There is focus from a policy perspective around preventive care, and there is specific policy-driven actions that are starting off from all the way from primary care, getting into remote care, and then there is a definite policy outlay for things like telemedicine, distributed care, and even things like food security. So what that starts to create essentially is a complete picture that will evolve and create a value-based system in the long run. IT, from an IT application landscape, the overall global landscape has been equally complex. I don't intend to kind of go through all of this. I want to highlight that in India, the traditional play has always been focusing on the large hospitals and on the systems that essentially run these large hospitals. So the learning from the overall global landscape, there is need in the Indian landscape for focusing around clinical systems, and that would mean not just the tertiary care, but secondary primary care as well. And around systems that drive the overall insurance infrastructure. And that is very important because a large part of the Indian population has not been under insurance coverage, and that is starting to change with things like the Ayushman Bharat scheme. In addition to that, some of the key takeaways from the global landscape is the need for telemedicine, especially in the Indian context where distributed care is required. Telemedicine has to play a very large part. And going back and referring to the year 4-quadrant view that I showed, the overall wellness and health focus is also prominent in the global context and is starting to take shape in the Indian context. And one of the big reasons that these learnings will be applicable is what I have here, which is the overall National Digital Health Mission, which is a key activity that has started to happen. And we heard Girdham sir yesterday talk about how this will drive complete transformation in the overall healthcare context in India. So I want to use this backdrop to highlight what are the key changes that would create this what I call a value system to take place. And that is important because if you want to look at the flip side and look at the need that is from a healthcare need perspective, having system is something that is important because that drives the incentives for startups and other companies that are going to be focusing in the market. So specifically, as Girdham sir referred to yesterday, these are the key components that NDHM is driving. And what this leads to essentially is not just infrastructure in terms of hospitals and systems, but key infrastructure that would be required, which is like facility registers. So essentially points of care in terms of like a directory. Even the registries that he talked about covering or catching fraud. So registries for doctors and those to be available to the general population. The other things that are starting to happen is people will get health accounts. So they will get health IDs and they can register for a health ID and then they can create their own health account. They can have a health record, which is something that so far has been quite difficult even in the US landscape, having a common health record. But especially in the Indian context, having a health record that a patient can go back and refer to has always been very difficult. So what this kind of sets up is what I think is equivalent to what happened when digital payments were introduced in India. When this is that kind of a moment in the Indian healthcare context, because health records really will form a currency which will drive a lot more transactions in the overall ecosystem. And the second part that I cover, I'll talk about what kind of ecosystem we can expect and how that can become more richer and that can drive more opportunities for various players. The other part that I want to comment on this particular landscape really is that what we observe in the global context is once such a system is in place and coverage starts to increase for the population, what also starts happening is the insurance infrastructure starts taking shape. So as I referred to in my previous slide, the insurance infrastructure is very key, and once that takes shape, there is a lot of data that can be collected to drive policies, government policies, public policies, private policies, that essentially fine-tune how the spending will happen, where the spending will happen, and how overall healthcare expenditure will be kind of distributed. And what that then starts to shape up is essentially reimbursements. And these reimbursements that then drive the value system that I was talking about. So far, for example, OPD is not something that we can even dream about getting reimbursed in the Indian context. But as this whole setup starts taking shape, it's quite possible that in the future, hopefully in the near future, some of the OPD visits can be reimbursed by corresponding insurance policies. So with that, this essentially creates the first part of the two-sided equation, which is there is value that can be reimbursed based on addressing the healthcare needs. And this is I think the important takeaway from learning from global patterns and as well as looking at what is happening in the Indian landscape from the NDHM context. Let me now shift attention and start talking about the need or where healthcare is really needed. And I'll take the COVID part as a backdrop to discuss some of the latent need in the healthcare space. I'll focus more on a particular aspect, which is the NCDs or non-communicable diseases and the chronic disease part of it. And again, the NDHB focuses a whole lot or quite a bit on this particular area. So yesterday, we did hear that India is the diabetes capital of the world, and this unfortunate title is applicable to us in many other chronic conditions as well. Now, this is getting compounded in a way because COVID, as this slide shows, based on the data that has been collected, is driving the load for chronic conditions, not just across the world, but in India, and in particular in India, that is going to have a major impact. So not only did we have a very high load for NCDs, COVID is essentially delaying care, which is what this slide says. And one particular disease stands out, which is diabetes. And so far, what this data suggests is diabetes is essentially going to be on the uptick because of delayed care. There's also new data emerging that there are implications of COVID implications in COVID patients in terms of how the sugar spikes up during or after the infection has happened. And again, these are things that are very, I would say, less understood at this point. There is not enough data to suggest if there is a direct correlation between the two. What is clear, though, is the chronic diseases need to be a focus point, especially after the COVID pandemic. And in particular, diabetes is definitely a need that has been amplified in the overall healthcare space. So what I'm going to do in the remainder of the knowledge sharing session is I'm going to sort of highlight what are the things happening in the diabetic ecosystem, especially in India, where is the need, and how that need drives opportunities for startups, for manufacturing companies, and for other players as well. So when we talk about chronic conditions and diabetes in particular, the aspects that are relevant is essentially tracking and managing. And what that means is there has to be systems that are available to track the condition, to be aware about the condition, which is also very important because I'm sure in the current scenario with the COVID situation, there was an upsurge in testing, and it's quite possible that many patients who did not know that they had diabetes were probably diagnosed with diabetes for the first time. It's quite possible because of all the additional testing that happened. So awareness is definitely a key area. Being aware, being able to track is another key area. Historically, patients were not only not aware, but they had no way to track when a particular condition was diagnosed and how long they have been with diabetes. Things are starting to change. But when we talk about India as a large country with a extremely large population, that awareness is still fairly shallow because it's really the higher and well-educated communities that have the awareness. Most of the rest of the population is really struggling with getting access to the system and access to healthcare. So I'll try to focus on all these three elements, but obviously for quite a bit of the population, having access to these tracking and managing things is going to be difficult. But I think that's where also the opportunity lies, because what this data seems to suggest is, especially in India, diseases like diabetes will continue to rise, and given this situation, they'll rise even faster, and that will mean that some of the things that I talk about in the later slides will be required in even higher numbers. So talking about awareness, here's a survey that Persistent Systems ran with some of the clinicians across, especially in the diabetes specialty. And what we were trying to find out is, while the large hospitals have systems that they can use to create medical records, what is the situation with the secondary care clinics and the primary care clinics? So what the data shows is that it's no surprise, which is there isn't a system or a medical record system that is available. So there are some, but the implementation is quite complex, costly. And what was interesting though is the clinicians were very willing to use these systems, not only for tracking and providing care, but also to do research. And this is one, again, a very big need in the market. Most of the studies are based on data sets coming out of outside of India. So even in diabetes, with such a large load, all the papers and all the research that comes out is very sparse on Indian data. So this fact that clinicians would like to do research is also sort of a latent need. And that's what is kind of reinforced. So the point that I made earlier, which is awareness, is kind of tightly correlated with this ability to kind of have a medical record, because this is not just a medical record in the hospitals or the primary care centers. This is also potentially a record that the patients can get and they kind of take away with, or they can manage on their own. The other thing that we have been looking at is, in order to track and manage something like diabetes, what are the kind of constituent players that are involved? So essentially, diabetes is a complex disease. And again, as a footnote, I'll focus mostly on diabetes because this correlates well with the work that we have been doing. But by and large, many of the things that I talk about are applicable to the other chronic conditions as well. So coming back to diabetes, it's a fairly complex condition. It takes a whole village, I would say, to take care of diabetes and treat it. So what you see on the top is a variety of what we call personas, or different kinds of doctors that are involved. And depending on the condition, whether a person is on insulin or type 1, or they are pre-diabetic, they may or may not have to interact with all of them. But overall in the ecosystem, these are the various kinds of doctors that are required. And again, in Indian context, very small numbers that per million population that are really available to take care of patients. Simultaneously, on the patient side, there are many different types of patients and many different conditions. And the underlying emphasis here again is, as we're looking at opportunities in terms of how to provide better, cheaper care for these individuals, there is going to be a difference in terms of what all of them need or each one of them needs. And understanding that is kind of useful for a startup to really focus on the right product with the right fit for the right kind of individual. And then the last part, which is at the bottom, is really what we call the support team, and it's equally important. And as we look into the overall management part of it, especially for people with a more complex kind of diabetes, they will need individualized diet. So dietitian, nutritionist, they would need to do regular physical activity. So trainers, personal coaches, even counseling in some cases where there are other conditions, maybe mental conditions that are involved. So the overall needs, so if you start with the prevalence that is going up and then the overall population size and the various kinds of patients involved, there are a variety of needs that need to be addressed in this whole context. And what this really says is, in terms of potential opportunity to have different kinds of products for different kinds of individuals, there is a wide set of things to potentially look at. So when we look at the actual management, as I said, diabetes is probably a unique case where the individual has to be involved in doing quite a bit of self-management. So they would be, and I'm talking more of the complex diabetic patients here. So they would be doing monitoring, glucose monitoring. They would have to manage their overall diet. A lot of decisions involved in managing and balancing diet needs. They would be tracking their own activities, labs, more from a trend perspective to look at how the historical trends are and how things are changing. And then what you see in the middle, which is the smartphone itself playing a very large part of this whole equation, which is putting together this picture in terms of how the overall condition of that individual is. And smartphones or even low-end phones are now capable of essentially collecting this data. But the larger point being that the need here is for a variety of these devices, a variety of and a large number of these devices to be required by these patients to take care of their overall condition. And then coming back to the record, all of these things are essentially feeding into a record. So the NTHM focus on the medical record essentially will drive creation of this holistic picture for that individual. And this itself is going to drive another set of opportunities because the self-management and the tracking that needs to happen, they not only will a whole lot of these tools be required, but they will also lead to a need for analysis, comparative analysis, trends, predictions, data aggregation, research. So there is this whole, all of these needs kind of coming together to drive the kind of overall requirement in the market. Two particular areas that I want to again call out, especially in the diabetic scenario, and nothing new in terms of the amount of monitoring or consumables required. But what is happening is the sheer number of variety of individual, whether it be an instrument, whether it be a consumable, whether it be even insulin, the permutations are continue to increase. The amount of innovation that is happening is essentially going to drive again opportunities for better diagnostics, cheaper diagnostics. So while a lot of this is available in the market, there are many Indian manufacturers that also kind of provide these devices. There is still a very low penetration overall. Availability is still an issue. If you move to like beyond the tier 2, even tier 3, tier 4 cities, cost continues to be an issue, and especially where self-management is concerned and cost becomes an issue, the patients are not going to obviously consume quite a bit of these devices. So there is an opportunity to address that part. Also, there are newer forms of technologies coming into play. Again, for the more complex patients, so continuous monitoring of glucose. So these are like injectables that are sensors that are placed within the body. And this again presents opportunities for startups or manufacturing companies to kind of innovate and create new mechanisms for diagnostics as well as monitoring. The other part of this equation, which is again a very large part, is food. A lot of diabetes is intrinsically coupled to the food and the carbohydrate intake and all of that. But what is relevant is as the record keeping gets better and the trends are more visible, it will be possible to individualize the diet even more. So patients would need more customized, more individualized diet, and this is already starting to happen. But it will start becoming to be required in greater volumes. So personalized food, supplements, nutrition, even fruits that are specifically kind of grown for pre-diabetic or diabetic patients. So there's a large market even here in terms of manufacturing requirements. And it's not just the technology, it's not just the devices, it's also consumables like food that will be especially manufactured food for diabetes will be in great demand. While I talked about the NDHB blueprint and the mission driving the reimbursement side of things, and unfortunately COVID putting pressure on the chronic disease conditions and sort of amplifying them. So there's, on one hand, there is reimbursement value, on the other hand, there is need and there's opportunities. I want to make a point that it's not always the individual that is going to consume these things. It may be smaller care centers, smaller primary care centers, remote facilities that will need many of these devices in combination. So here's an example that shows how these devices can be sort of packaged together. So it's like a kiosk which is personal, which is localized in many different Indian languages, and this could be a point of consumption to many of the things that I talked about. Even so, if you couple a dispenser with the kiosk, it could be dispensing food supplements. And this then represents another sort of market that is consuming many of these technologies, devices, and some of these products that I talked about. And this fits well in the overall scheme of things, where identity, which is the health ID, could be in the context. The range of devices that maybe an individual cannot afford could be packaged together in this kiosk, coupled with the payment, and then that creates a record that, again, based on consent, an individual can decide to share, or they kind of keep it with themselves, and this becomes another sort of a market scenario where this need can be fulfilled. So to summarize, what I briefly covered is at a very high level the NDHM and its implications, and how it is starting to sort of disrupt healthcare, especially in the Indian context, by creating this value ecosystem. But at the same time, COVID driving healthcare to the forefront, especially in India, where it was sort of an afterthought. And individuals now are likely to invest more time for their and their family as well as themselves. Chronic conditions, this will continue to be a high focus activity as more data starts getting collected and the implications are more clearer in terms of what exactly is COVID going to result in. That will have its own impact. Distributed care, especially telemedicine. In the last, the positive side of all of this has been in the last 6 months. And before that, working with clinicians, telemedicine in India was a no-no, strictly. Nobody was even willing to give it a try. And almost everything converted to telemedicine rapidly as it became clear that there was no other way to reach the patient. So leading to that, corollary is a distributed care scenario, and some of it I highlighted in the previous slide. More data and more research, especially on India-centric subjects, and sort of laying the foundation for the healthcare ecosystem in India, which is getting ready for its digital moment in some sense. So with that, I would conclude my knowledge sharing session. And again, once again, I thank Mahratta Chamber for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share the information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kandashi. thing to note the different aspects and the digital efforts that India is, and the way India is taking persistent efforts, and also the potential for all of us in the IT space to venture out, especially dealing with healthcare. So, with this, let me request uh, uh, Professor Ajit Kembavi, the principal co-investigator of Pune Knowledge Cluster, which has been recently formed. Welcome, respected Kembavi sir, and would like to uh, inform all the participants here that when we first thought of this event, at that time we were also in the midst of getting the PKC approval for Pune Knowledge Cluster approval in place. And as soon as the formal press conference was done, we were in the midst of planning for this healthcare summit. I casually approached Kimbai sir, can we do something around this? He wholeheartedly agreed, and most of the speakers that will follow his talk are from the PKC, say, let's say, put out a word to all of them to join. So really privileged to have Dr. Kimbavi sir amongst us. As you can see, is the Professor Emeritus and former Raja Ramana Fellow at Ayuka, and also was the Director of Ayuka till August 2015. And he has been at the forefront of the, let's say, the movement of getting the Pune Knowledge Cluster in shape and place, and really pursued it vigorously, not only with the government officers, but also with the industry and the research organizations in the network in Pune. And as a result, I think we have one of the biggest knowledge clusters which is being shaped up in the country in Pune. So thanks to Kimbavi sir for all the efforts. And also thank you for letting PKC to be the knowledge partner, the ecosystem partner for this event. And particularly putting all the session that will follow your talk together. So over to you, sir.
And I'm grateful to the MCCIA to give me this opportunity to talk about the Pune Knowledge Cluster. Now, the MCCIA have been our very valued partners ever since we started thinking about this proposal. And we are looking forward to working with the industry in Pune, and the MCCIA will help us to hold hands with them. So the Pune Knowledge Cluster, as you call it, the PKC, was approved only as recently as the 5th of August. It's a project funded by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor. So I will walk you through the aims of the project and what we intend to do. I'll do it rather briefly because we are already overextended in time, and I'll be happy to answer questions later, and you can send me mail, and we are just starting the dialogue with the city. So here is our new logo. So you see here, this is the cluster is meant for the whole city of Pune. And then we have the traditional fort here, the Shanwarwada, and then the Pune. And then we have representations of the kind of projects that we will be taking up. So this is going to be an amalgamation of the traditional and the modern. And the idea would be to address problems which are important to the city. So we already have a website ready, and it has again been recently released. It's pkc.org.in. I could link to it now, but I'll not do so. You can take a look at the website at your leisure. So the event that I'm addressing right now is, in a sense, the first event of the Pune Knowledge Cluster. But our first webinar, we are going to have a series of webinars and lectures and all kinds of other presentations. So our inaugural webinar will be on the 2nd of October, and it will be on sustainable inclusive growth through Gandhian engineering, and it will be by the renowned scientist Dr. R. A. Mashelkar. So please join us. We have sent out the ID for the thing, how to join, and the poster to a very large number of people in Pune, a very large number of groups. So I'm sure all of you will receive it. The MCCIA will also be circulating it if they are not already done so. So please join on that day. So now first, why Pune? Now, as it happens, when the PSA's office, as the principal scientific advisor to the government, Professor Vijayaraghavan, when his office started thinking about these clusters, they first thought about Pune. And why is that? That's because Pune is a knowledge and industry hub. As we all know, Pune has a large number of academic institutions, research institutions, R&D centers, and these also include defense and industrial R&D. This combination is far from common in our country, because there are many centers, there are places like Bangalore which can compare with Pune, but this particular combination, I believe, is quintessential to our city. Now, the industry here addresses both services and manufacturing and uses high-end human skills and technology. There's quite a lot of what we call the knowledge industry. Then other important point is that there's a lot of interaction already between these different domains. Like people in the university or people in an institute like IUCA or NCL would know quite a lot of people in the industry. They are interacting with them. They simply get together at different social events. And there's a kind of cohesion which really is not present in too many other cities. So when we first started thinking about the Pune Knowledge Cluster, we approached our friends in the industry, software industry, persistent systems, TCS, and then in the other industry, a number of representatives. And people very willingly came to attend our meetings, attend our town halls. And when we had a meeting in Delhi, we invited a few people to go there with us, and they readily came in spite of the very busy schedule. So there is a kind of a cohesion between these different organizations in Pune, which can be put to very good use in this concept of the knowledge cluster. So now Pune is not the only place where there are knowledge clusters. These are already been approved in Delhi, in Jodhpur, and in Hyderabad, and soon there will be in several other places, including Bangalore. But ours was the first to be proposed and the first to be approved, and we want to get on with it. So what are the aims of the PKC? As I already said, the aim would be to bring together the large talent pool in the city, to discuss problems, to identify projects, and all for the betterment of the city. When I say the city, of course, I include the surrounding region. And then we would like to help to mitigate problems faced by the city, provide new opportunities to students and young researchers, provide openings to startups and entrepreneurs, and then generally help to improve the knowledge and advanced skill level in the city and increase employability in knowledge-based industry. So we have to keep in mind that this is a project for the city, and so organizations like the Pune Municipal Corporation, the Pune Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, Pune Smart City Project, and the state government will be important partners. So as I'll tell you as we go along with the presentation, you'll see that we already have started various projects with the PMC. So what are the proposed activities of the PMC? So we have got the short term and we have got the long term. Now, by short term, we would mean activities which will take place in just, let's say, 6 months kind of a time scale, and long term would be 2 years to 5 years. Our center has been proposed for a period of 3 years. We expect to do something in that time frame, but it's also quite possible that if we do well, then the concept will be taken forward, if not by us, by other people in the city. So therefore, we'll also be planning for the longer term, preparing position papers, etc. And our hope and expectation is that as we move along, we would also be scaling it up to other regions of the state and to the national level. So what are the proposed activities? So we'll have short and long-term innovative projects, HR, human resources development, through capacity building, and for that we'll have conferences, schools, internship programs. We'll also develop policy frameworks and long-term vision for the city and the region in the domains of academics, R&D, and innovation. And as I already said, we'll always have the back of our mind the possibility of scaling these up to the regional and national level. Now, when we have got these centers in Delhi and in Bangalore and in Jodhpur, Hyderabad, all the centers have the same kind of aims and aspirations like the PKC does, but they'll have different focus depending upon their own needs, the available expertise to them, and the kind of collaborations which can take place. So we may do something here. I'll mention a couple of projects which could be scaled up. On the other hand, we learn from the other centers. And so the knowledge cluster will become a cluster of clusters actually, so that the experiences and the expertise can be shared across board. So we, in order to focus our attention, we have identified 5 verticals. That's the environment, which is the health, and then electric mobility, and then big data and AI, and capacity building. So these have been carefully chosen and defined. And environmental and health are going to be prime concerns to everybody now. When we wrote down this project, which was last year, COVID-19 was not on the horizon at all. In fact, all my presentations to the funding agencies and then to the PSA's office, they ended before COVID started. Otherwise, I would have been making the presentations remotely like I'm doing now. And then the project was approved. And at that time, the pandemic had started. So therefore, the fact that we want environment and health here became very, very apt. Okay, because we are now taking up a number of projects which will be related to COVID-19. And then the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, where emphasis will be on using knowledge to provoke new development, which will lead to manufacturing of very high quality and very advanced materials within the city through these kind of collaborations. The electric mobility has been chosen as one of the verticals because again we have an amazing auto industry here, and then to take the industry forward into the next era, and then to with environmental and health consciousness would clearly point to electric mobility. There are a number of projects going on here. The MCCIA has got an auto cluster, and then there is COAP, there's the university, and several organizations are already working on this concept. So our idea is to promote it and to enable large projects in this. Then big data and AI will be looked at in 2 different ways. Now people like me, I'm an astronomer, and then there are other people with other expertise here, and we all use big data and AI very extensively. Many of the big data concepts actually were generated for astronomy over centuries, decades, and in the last several years. Right? So the idea would be to enable people to carry out research in these areas, bring together all the institutions in the city, and to see whether in this important area of AI and data analytics, we can put the city on the world map. But at the same time, all the other projects that we have in mind would benefit from inputs from this domain. Right? So this domain will be studied in its own right, as well as because of the applications that it can enable. Then, of course, there's capacity building, which will be done so that the young researchers in the city, as well as the young professionals, can benefit from new developments. So, what will be our definition of short-term projects? These will be executed over a 6-month to a year period. They'll involve collaborations across organizations in the city. The projects will create platforms for larger projects. The resources, the PKC has got small resources to be spread on the project and will come from that. But they'll also come from other local stakeholders, and then these stakeholders will also provide the talent. And the short-term activities will include a lot of awareness programs, citizen science projects, and public outreach, because we want to reach out to the whole city. So in order to enable these kind of collaborations, the PKC will have an office. It is being administered through Ayuka at the present time. Professor Shashidhara, L.S. Shashidhara of IISER and Ashoka University, and I are the principal investigators, and we are working with a large number of partners. Now, we'll have our own office, which is very likely to be in the Pune University campus, just like Ayuka is, but it will be our own domain. And there will be a staff of several senior advisors, program managers, assistant program managers, consultants, and also administrators. So the size of it will not be a large staff. At any given moment, we'll have 10 or 12 people working for us. They'll be devoting all their time to this project, and then they'll be ensuring that new plans are generated, collaborations are started, that projects are executed, and in general, our partners get what they want. So, but apart from this office, we'll be depending upon the city, because these are just 12 people who will be running a large number of projects. Then for our all our things like workshops, conferences, etc., will depend upon institutions and organizations in the city to help us not only organize them, but also to give us their facilities like auditoria and halls and so on. So we'll all be working together. So long-term projects. These are larger long-term projects in various domains. They could be born out of the short-term projects, and then these will involve very significant resources. So what we'll do is that we'll develop these projects. The PKC will bring together different organizations in the city, foster collaborations, and will provide the project writing, will help with that, and to create proper projects. These will be presented to, there will be a mega city cluster office at the PSA's office, and we'll be submitting these projects to them as well as to other possible funding agencies, and with the hope and expectation of generating these funds for the large projects. So now I come to human resources development. The idea, as I said, will be to provide avenues for advanced skill development and in general to elevate the knowledge base. So the courses will be conducted jointly by industry and academia, and we are very shortly appointing a senior consultant who has decades of experience in conducting these kind of courses. So these courses will typically be in interdisciplinary areas which are not generally addressed. They'll involve applying statistical techniques, machine learning, instrumentation, synthetic biology, etc. across the board. And then these courses, we hope to certify them. We hope to get them recognized by Pune University and other organizations in the city. So there'll be a number of advanced level workshops and conferences with national and international participation. Unfortunately, we cannot begin with one or two of these big events at the present time. They'll have to be conducted as these webinars and Zoom meetings and others, or the video generally, but we'll make a beginning. Now, who will decide which conference is important for us? So that will be decided by various organizations. So what we'll do is that we'll put out a call quite soon and ask people to propose themes for these conferences, themes for workshops, names of speakers for seminars and colloquia, and then we will choose from amongst them. And we will have advisory committees and program committees which will look at the proposals that we receive, and they'll quickly select the best proposals and approve them. So it will not as if the PKC decides what are the topics in which these activities take place. It will be for the city to decide that. We'll only provide the enabling mechanisms. And another very important thing that we'll be doing is to establish an internship program. So in a city like Pune, there are hundreds of thousands of students looking for internships, and that can get to be a bit of a bother. So are we again adding to the demand? So my answer to that kind of a question would be that we'll help focus. So when we have these, when we create the internship program, which you hope to put in action within a month or so, what we'll be doing is calling for applications for internships. And first, we'll see what is the need of the city. We'll see which organizations can offer how many internships. Then we'll call for applications. We will screen them, classify these students depending upon what are the interests, what are their abilities, so that it will become much easier for the organizations to actually start these programs, because they will not have to spend time doing this. And if the interns do well, the interns could be from Pune or they could be from even other cities. And if the interns do well, hopefully they will get jobs in these organizations. We have resources for this, and we'll also partner with other organizations who would want the interns to raise the resources. So I already explained this one. And a very important requirement when I made these presentations to the committees which approved the proposal eventually, a very important requirement is that all that we do here should be consistent with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So there are a large number of goals here, and we have analyzed what the UN wants. We have analyzed the kind of projects that we'll be taking up. So you can see that goals relevant to the PKC are relevant to these different things here, Sustainable Development Goals. Let's give you an example of the projects that are there already on the table. Ongoing projects, there's a major COVID-related project, which is a collaboration between experts from the university, research institutes, industry, and the PMC. Now, this project has been going on for some months now, from the pre-PKC days. It was a voluntary group, but some of us involved with the PKC provided the enabling mechanisms for it. This group, they have been taking up projects mainly to do with epidemiological studies. They get data from the PMC. The PMC has been very forthcoming with the data. So the data have been analyzed. Advice has been provided back to the PMC. And the conclusions that we come to from the analysis of the data are all publicly available. Then, going to the future, moving out the future, we have submitted concept notes to the PS's office for developing an epidemiological database for Maharashtra. Now, we at the moment have some data on the COVID for the COVID-19 project, but this is not yet available as a database. The data is also limited to Pune city. So what we have thought was that first we'll pick a couple of districts, including Pune district and one other district in the neighborhood, and then collect data not only for COVID-19 but for all other infectious diseases, develop a formal database, develop tools for the user, and maintain this in the long term. Now, our expectation is that this will require a team of about 50 people working for 2 years to make data available for just 2 districts. But it can be scaled up. The scaling up will be telescopic. Okay, meaning that to extend it to 5 districts will not require an into 2.5 thing for 2 districts. But then we also want to scale up at the national level. So this is an extremely important project, as we all recognize now, to have this kind of a database. And we hope to move towards it as soon as funding becomes available. Then there are other more detailed, the larger projects like developing the Indian Cancer Genome Atlas, surgical products for Translation Acceleration Center, then diagnostics at scale, and the electric mobility initiative. So you will see that the surgical products acceleration center and the diagnostic at scale both aim actually to have laboratories where concepts will be tried out in a small scale, and then the inputs will be provided to the industry for manufacture. So this will be a clear example of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Then there is the electric mobility initiative, and we are developing projects toward water management and tree cover. Right, so I've already told you about the structure of the PKC, And I will stop here.
Yeah.
Again, emphasizing the fact that this is a project for the whole city. All relevant organizations will be partners, and the beneficiary will be all of society. These are very large aims, and we hope to show through examples that these are reachable, partially at least, not completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the exhaustive presentation. If it is okay, if you can share the presentation with us, so we can share it with the participants for their consumption.
Certainly, I'll do that.
Yeah. So thank you so much, sir, for a very elaborate presentation. Now, we are a little behind schedule, actually, but in the interest of time and we have commitments from all the eminent panelists, let me straight away request Dr. Sanjeev Galande to address the participants. My colleague Satvisha will make him the panelist, give him the presentation rights, and then he can address it.
Okay, so the initial introduction I will just breeze through and go towards the later half of my talk. The title of my talk I have chosen to be the challenges and opportunities post COVID-19 in healthcare. And the reason I chose this is because I guess as Professor Kembavi said, when the PKC proposal was written, COVID was not on the horizon, and now suddenly everything has changed. And the way research as well as the industry actually will move in the next year, 2021, is going to be completely different. The entire scenario has changed. So I would like to highlight what are the reasons and the opportunities as well as challenges it has posed to all of us, both researchers as well as people who are working at the industry. And then finally, I will summarize what the collaborative efforts between the industry and academia can actually do to sort of maximize the opportunities here and also overcome the challenges. So this pandemic has really spread all over the world, all over the globe really rapidly. And one of the major early events, I would say, in the worldwide efforts to combat the pandemic were to understand the biology of the virus. And two efforts, I mean, in terms of understanding the biology of the virus and then developing the vaccines, have really changed the way the healthcare sector is now going to tackle these kind of problems. So that's why in the first 5 minutes of my talk, I'm going to give a brief background about how all of the community went about doing these. And one of the ways was to understand the virus itself. So multiple projects were undertaken, and most notably the viral genome sequencing project. And now, as of today, the database of, so this is GSAID, the worldwide database of all the viral genomes, and more than 100,000 samples have been sequenced. And later on, I'll come to the national scenario where we are in this particular perspective. But this information is basically the wealth of information that we have to understand not just the disease spread, but also various clades of the virus and also to design the vaccines and other drug molecules. So having this access to this kind of information very early on during the pandemic has been quite critical in terms of mounting various responses, the drug design as well as various therapeutics as well as the vaccines. The other development has been also very instrumental in bringing out the vaccines, and many of them which are in the final stages of approvals has been to cut down the timing, and that is where all the regulatory approvals were expedited. So normal course, if you see on top, this particular article was published in this year. In fact, just last week, a summary from one of the prominent virologists, Professor Kramer. He actually has very nicely summarized all the efforts that have happened globally in development of the vaccines. And you will see a typical course that would take 15 to 20 years for development of a vaccine. In case of coronavirus, now we have been able to actually shorten that period to less than 1/10 of the normal period. So less than actually 1.5 years. So from the time the original sequences were reduced to the time the virus is going to come out to the market is going to be actually a year or less. And that is a remarkable pace at which all of this development has happened. And it has gone through not just scientific breakthroughs, but also in terms of all the regulatory approvals everything was cut short. And that is that I would say that is the crux of modern healthcare. How to, first of all, expedite your research efforts in the labs that will develop the lead candidates, be it for vaccines or for drug trials, and then how to kind of expedite the various the phases of the clinical trials, phase 1, 2, and 3, as well as the licensing to bring out the product into the market. So I will again come to this a little later, but one of the other most important decisions that have helped in this process has been various governments have actually allowed the vaccine manufacturers to produce large batches of the vaccines despite not having gone through the entire clinical trial and having the license, assuming that eventually whenever the licensing happens, the next day, the viral vaccines, as you heard from Serum, Dr. Jadhav very nicely explained this process. So all of these steps have cut down the timing that is required for bringing the product to the market. And again, the same review article also described the various phases at which different vaccine candidates are, and many of them have actually reached the last stage, and some of them, one of the vaccines in China and Russia, have actually been licensed and out in the market very soon. So this process is something that has really shown the path of how vaccine trials and drug trials can be expedited from over 8 to 9 years to something as short as 4 to 6 months. So similarly, various other drug trials are also ongoing. I will not go through the numbers. A very large number of drugs are in various phases of the clinical trials, and hopefully many of these will reach to licensing towards the end of this particular year, by end of 2020. So let me now focus on what are the national efforts in India that actually are taking advantage of all this. So just like he said, where I showed you that more than 100,000 viral genomes have been sequenced, India got into this very late. In fact, initially NIV was the only institution in the initial months of the pandemic that could isolate and sequence the virus. But now there are multiple other centers, and most importantly and most notably, I would say CCMB in Hyderabad and IGIB in Delhi have spearheaded this particular effort of sequencing Indian viral isolates. And so far, close to 3,000. So this is a snapshot taken from their webpage just today, this morning. And you can see close to 3,000 various viral isolates have been sequenced. And this again has helped us to understand the various viral clades. And this is the timeline distribution of the clades. And what it actually shows is that over the months of the pandemic, how different clades of the viruses in India have actually sort of moved around and infected different populations. And what is the most predominant clade? So that clearly comes out to be A2A type of the clade of CoV2. And again, this has given us some important inputs towards design of new therapeutics as well as understanding the host pathogen responses. So all of this information has actually also been instrumental in designing some of the diagnostic kits. And I would like to spend some time on various ways in which our country has dealt with this pandemic. So we were a little slow in terms of initial diagnostics. Indigenous kits were not available. So initially ICMR used FDA approved kits. But towards the end of March and early April, some of the earliest Indian kits were approved by ICMR, and then later in May and June, a larger number of kits were actually approved through all the indigenous efforts. Many of these kits actually then spread rapidly across the country and were available. But what actually made the difference in terms of increase in the number of tests being done and that being helpful towards containing the pandemic is actually something totally different. So initially we relied extensively on the RT-PCR tests, which are of course highly sensitive, but they also are time consuming and a little expensive. So then the new set of tests that came about, and those are the RATs, or the rapid antigen tests, which changed the complete equation here. So as of early April, India was a country where one of the lowest rates of testing were seen compared to all other countries, including Brazil and many others, which were really going high up in the scale of the pandemic. But then, after realizing this, government got approval for the rapid antigenic tests, and these tests, when they were deployed, initially starting from Delhi and then later on other cities, completely changed the equation, because these rapid tests were easier to, though they were not as sensitive as the RT-PCR tests, they could increase the number of tests. And in cities like Delhi, they were one of the primary reasons for being able to contain the spread of the virus during the lockdown. And also, by doing these tests, proper containment of those areas could be done. And hopefully that led to the abatement of the spread of this disease to a large extent in various cities. So in this particular slide, the graph actually shows how various tests that are in the market. There are three types of tests. Amongst the diagnostics, there are RT-PCR and the antigen-based tests, both of which look for various molecules of the virus, either the RNA or the proteins, and therefore they are useful only in the early days of the viral infection. But then if one looks at the antibodies generated in the human host as a result of the viral infection, then that comes up much later, 10 days later from the infection, and they persist much longer also. So these tests are useful to look at the serotyping as well as the serosurveillance of the virus, and therefore these can be used for, again, community level understanding of the pandemic. So all of these tests have been now used in India extensively, and now we have an understanding of how the virus has spread, what is the level of spread in various populations in various cities and various parts of the cities. Using these kind of information, now one can devise public health policies and containment policies as well as vaccinology strategies. So what are the other technologies that are also being useful and developed in our country at the same time? So quite early in the pandemic, many people predicted that we will have shortage of ICU beds as well as ventilators. So many companies, many research institutions started developing the ventilators. And this is an example of ventilator being developed at a basic research institution at Pune itself, actually. And two of my physicists colleagues, Drs. Rapol and Nair, developed these two models of ventilators, which are probably as good as any other ventilator in the market, including the imported varieties. And these are the low-cost variants of the ventilators. But then it ran into certain glitches because the goalposts changed. The initial, so these are some of the challenges that one faces. So out of the various challenges, of course, sourcing of materials were different, quite difficult actually during this time because of the lockdown. Many of these products, like the sensors and valves, could not be obtained in short period of time. They had to wait for months to be able to do this. And then also looking at various industry partnerships to take this further became a little difficult. But the most important challenge was the shifting goalposts. The initial standards and the specifications that were available changed dramatically in late June, and that had to sort of be compensated by change in the design, and that led to further delay in the actual prototype making. And of course now the prototypes are ready and they are being taken to various industries. Some of them have shown interest in developing these. So if not during the pandemic, these kind of ventilators will also be useful to replace many of the high-cost imported ventilators. And this is the, I would say, the opportunity that was seized well in time and hopefully will result in import substitute of a very high quality and comparatively very low cost for a country like India. The other projects also are very similar to what Professor Kimbhavi said. These are projects that are of use to the society, the larger society, and this is something to do with data management. So many of these public health crises, such as those created by the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, a lot of data was collected at various centers, hospitals, quarantine centers, testing centers, etc., etc. So how does one analyze this data? How do we know how the pandemic is spreading? What do we know about the various kinds of estimates that are required for the policymakers? So a lot of data mining and other strategies have to be developed using this data, which is really of various kinds. So a team of data scientists had to come together to actually curate the data and use it and use various algorithms to analyze it to make meaningful sense out of this data. So this data can also be used for monitoring in real time the infectious map across the country. And this is an example of one such study proposed by many of my colleagues at IISER Pune, who are physicists or data scientists or mathematicians who use modeling approaches to actually look at this data and spread of the disease, and finally come up with guidelines that can be used for various restrictions, such as how does one enforce a lockdown in a particular population? Should it be regional or nationwide or very, very local? So all of these decisions actually can be taken much more meaningfully if you have access to this kind of data and the analysis that is actually put forth by teams of various scientists in an interdisciplinary fashion. So finally, in the last few minutes of my talk, what I'm going to talk about is how the collaboration between industry and academia can actually help in a scenario like this. Drug and therapeutic molecules, their discovery is a pure summation of collaborative efforts between multiple entities. So because I come from an academic institution, I would like to talk about the extensive collaborations that are feasible between academia and industry. And the pandemic has actually shown us that such collaborations can bring out meaningful products and meaningful technologies in a very, very short period of time. So how to cut this entire process, how to cut short the timing, as well as the interactions can be maximized to be able to bring out these products at the earliest period of time. So typically, the lack of success in various public sector companies as well as institutions can be attributed to various causes. Okay, starting from various other issues of leadership to inertia to the focus itself. The most important cause that I would like to put forth here is the lack of structured crosstalk with the industry. So somehow the public sector, both industries as well as institutions, have not been designed to have a structured crosstalk with the industry, be it pharma or any other industry. So how does one facilitate that? Because that is the bottom line. That is the crux of making successful products in the shortest period of time. So what are the various measures that can actually increase the collaborations between academia and industry? So the first one is to give emphasis and due recognition to such research to forge larger teams that will sort of funnel the drug discovery and development. So for this, India also needs probably its own Bayh-Dole law, various ways by which you can incentivize researchers to protect their IP and also use that to come up with lead molecules will be an important area to actually work upon. That will certainly augment the discovery, and then one also has to look at mechanisms that will augment the post-discovery regulatory processes, something to the tune of what happened for expediting the vaccine trials for SARS-CoV-2. So if we can put that into a proper place as a normal regulatory process, then I guess that will really cut down this timing that is required for various trials of drug molecules or vaccines and many other such processes. And that will be quite encouraging, because normally people are put off, especially academicians, if you see a long road ahead 10 years is a really long road. So if that can be cut down to a year or less, it will really encourage a large amount of academicians to take part actively into research that is translational. So finally, how is the scenario in the innovation and entrepreneurship in the Indian academia? And good news is, in the last few years, a lot of new changes have happened. And one of the most important one is the scheme that has been developed by the NITI Aayog for fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in academia. And that is the Atal Innovation Mission. So the Atal Innovation Mission has really sort of changed the scenario in all Indian academic institutions by having multiple centers from tinkering labs to the incubation centers, and of course the NITI Aayog as well as DST's NIDI scheme. All of these various schemes have really kind of changed this entire scenario. Large number of academicians now have their own startups in their own institutions, and that this has also fostered large number of collaborations with industries in the local surroundings of those Atal incubation centers. So I will not spend much time on this because I know speakers following me will talk about this more. So, but this is an really exciting program that has changed the entire ecosystem. So there are various models that exist for partnerships of industry and academia. So the advantage of the academic collaborations is that the academia bring in their strength is in the conceptualization and the generalization of various skills, whereas the industry provides the practical reality. The industry also has the capital, the risk capital, and the other capital. So if both of these come together, then I guess that's where the best growth options will be, and therefore such collaborations will be really important. There are also specific benefits of such collaborations for academic researchers, and if this can be actually harnessed, then many of the academic institutions will also become centers that foster innovation and entrepreneurship, and also become centers that really bring out innovative products in the shortest period of time. So one opportunity that really becomes very important in this change scenario post-COVID is the opportunity to bring in revenue to the department and the university, because many of the research funding mechanisms now can be probably be diverted, the institutional budgets being cut down. These kind of partnerships actually will bring in new revenue or additional revenue for research and taking up new research activities in the institution or department or for a single lab. So this opportunity to me is actually quite exciting. It will also broaden the experience of academicians. It provides exposure to the demands of the commercial world, so gives a real life perspective, which is very important, and also provides a chance to share the success when your work leads to new products. Of course, eventually all this will provide opportunities to bring the research to real benefits, provide research benefits to the society. The main challenges here are actually of two kinds. One is that there could be a basic mismatch in terms of the relevance and the time and expectations. So how does one deal with this? How does one remove this kind of a mismatch and provide relevance as well as the expectations? And then finally, the other challenge is to deal with the resources limitation as well as time. Both these are limited, and the demand can frequently center on the highly applied or short-term technical issues. So the academicians actually can really get bothered with these. So it's important to deal with these challenges, work around the limitations of time and resources, and therefore overcoming these limitations will become the most important part of this entire process. So finally, this slide basically summarizes the entire gamut of academic, the collaborations between academia and industry. There are multiple models possible. This is a very busy slide. I'm not going to go and explain each and every aspect of this. But what I would like to stress upon here is that there are multiple ways by which these kind of interactions can happen. As you can see, the arrows are going in multiple directions. And they could be very detailed mechanisms, can be at a very broad spectrum. But ultimately, if you take care of the challenges that I just described, then eventually these kind of collaborations will become much more in number, as well as they'll become much more productive and successful in a short period of time. So eventually, so this is my last slide, which is basically a summary of how all of this will help in developing new drugs in the healthcare scenario, as well as not just drugs, I mean any therapeutic, any diagnostic, or any other thing that will change the entire healthcare industry. So the industry-academia partnerships have a key role in developing new therapies and treatments. Both the academic institutions and industry have the same goal in mind, and that is to help the care of patients. The entire business of healthcare is improving the care and the health of the patients. So the time that is needed to approach that takes the interest of both sides is very important. And it is best to be treated as a portfolio to enhance synergy across the therapeutic. The continued development of alliances to this activity will discuss this continually so that the academia and industries can actually partner more effectively and benefit each other as well as society at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Galande, for an excellent exposition and presentation, sharing your thoughts and also perspectives on how the academia and research institutions can collaborate with each other, building on what Professor Kembhavi had shared. So with this, let me request Dr. Santosh Dixit, the Senior Scientist at Center for Translational Cancer Research in Pune, to address us. So Trisha, if you could give him the presentation rights. One more request, we have 4 presentations to go, so in the interest of time, if we can have 17 odd minutes each for everyone, so that we could probably, and then of course your detailed presentations can be shared later with the participants. So over to you, Dixit sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, good evening, and I'd first like to thank MCCIA and Mr. Kopardekar for inviting, and I think also Professor Kembhavi sir. I think this has been an excellent step, and more so, I think the second half of Dr. Galande's presentation is a perfect setting for what I'm going to speak about. So I'd like to thank him also. I'm representing a big team here with reference to interesting project that is coming up very fast, and I'm happy to mention that Pune is sort of at the buzzing hub of this particular project. And I'm going to narrate a little bit about the genesis and the current status of this project. Dr. Anand Deshpande, Dr. Shashidhara, Dr. Kopik, that this project is seeing the light of the day. So I'll explain the project that is coming up. So broadly, at Center for Translational Cancer Research, which is a 3-year-old initiative between IISER Pune and Prashanthi Cancer Care Mission, we essentially, our objective is to look at multiple modes of translational cancer research, ultimately to benefit the patients. Now, broadly, if you look at the cancer research that has happened since almost mid-80s, most of these research activities have been divided into 6 major categories, which are prevention, screening, diagnosis, treatment, and so on and so forth. So this is something that WHO has very strongly recommended, that innovation should happen in these verticals, whether it is technology innovations or whether it is biological understanding, diagnostics, etc. Right? More or less, the global cancer research can be summed up in these verticals, and I'm going to use this reference in multiple of my team that I'm going to talk about. So one very basic concept I'd like to introduce, especially for people who are from a non-biology background here, is the concept of a genotype and a phenotype. I mean, this is very commonly used word here. a clinician actually sees what is called as a phenotype, which is on the right-hand screen, corner of the screen. This is a sum total of all the biological processes that happen in the body. Sometimes they may reflect as health, or sometimes they may reflect as disease. But people like us, pharmacologists or maybe molecular biologists, everybody are sensitized to the fact that there are multiple layers of biological processes, all the way starting from DNA going to RNA, proteins, and so on and so forth. So the sum total of these processes are actually called as multiomics. And what is multiomics? It is basically a synthesis of knowledge that comes out of genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics, etc. So this whole omics field is something that I'm going to talk about. So please bear with me when I use the word multiomics. It is basically a collection of different ways of looking at biological data. So that's a very simple understanding of multiomics. This slide is a busy slide, but in the field of cancer research, this is a very important slide. This, in fact, probably it's a summation about 6 or 7 Nobel Prizes on this slide. What it essentially means is the deeper layer of biological understanding of cancer as a whole disease. Now, in the mid-80s, cancer was mainly identified as a disease of the DNA. I mean, that was the current state of knowledge. But over a period of time, it has been identified that multidisciplinary knowledge concepts do come in. So, for example, angiogenesis, which is development of new blood vessels, or now immunity, or sometimes the DNA damage repair, etc., or sometimes lack of oxygen supply to the cells, which is called hypoxia. So, multiple concepts have come into play from a cancer biology point of view, and this is called as classic hallmarks of cancers. There are 10 of them right now. They are also undergoing evolution. One very interesting evolution is the field of microbiomes. The gut microbiome are considered as a major trigger for development of cancers, and so on and so forth. So this field is constantly evolving. Suffice it to say that basic biology has been the driving field force for cancer treatments, pharmacology, and so forth, and which can be seen in the second wall here, which is a lot of pharmacological development of drugs that have been enabled because of basic biology. So this has been a major, almost a 3-decade look at cancer research that has happened. One of the major milestones at the dawn of the millennium was this project called as the Cancer Genome Atlas. I'm quickly going to explain what this project is about. So in 2003, when the first draft of the human genome was published, I think it was considered as a big scientific achievement. A lot of new technologies, etc., were created around this time. But the real challenge was, where can we apply these technologies? So the brains behind the Human Genome Project then decided to take that armamentarium into applications in certain cancers. So this is when in 2005, there was a sort of a position paper created by US government through National Cancer Institute that using the sequencing technologies that were created through Human Genome Project, we should attempt to look at a complete molecular portrait of different cancers. So entirely the green zone is basically the prelude to the Cancer Genome Atlas. And this is where 3 main cancers, ovarian cancer, lung cancer, and glioblastoma, that is the brain cancer, they were looked at a very deep molecular level by using sequencing technologies. And this particularly led into creation of what is called as a molecular portrait. Big research papers came out. But the green phase was essentially a proof of concept phase to show that technically this is feasible to do. We can really tease out a particular cancer, not only at a single level, but at a large scale level by creating such projects. And therefore, technology was available. The question was where there is a willpower to do so. Now, suddenly what happened in 2009, President Obama came into picture, and we all know that he was very pro-science, and a lot of good things happened during his era, especially with regards to cancer. So this is the blue phase of the TCGA project, and this is when about $300 million were infused into TCGA by the US government. And majority of the cancers which are listed on this slide, they were sequenced at its multiple levels. And the big philosophy of this whole project was this was open source. This was sort of a database that was made open to the world. In other words, this was the gift of the US government to the entire world when it comes to using open source databases and so on and so forth. Now, in 2015, this project has stopped the data production, but it's a gift that is keeping on giving right now. So a lot of new understanding of the data, new insights, new analysis, bioinformatic parameters, this is still keeping, and you can see a bevy of publications that are coming out even today. It is believed that more than 1,000 publications have come out of TCGA because of the effort that was put in by US National Cancer Institute. So quickly, what sort of data is present in TCGA? It is basically the entire clinical data, let's say, of ovarian cancer. about 700 ovarian cancer cases are there in the TCGA database. So you have the entire clinical data, then you have the DNA level sequencing data, then the epigenomic data. Sometimes you have images, then you have some DNA variations, etc. So this is the entire gamut, which is called as the multiomics data, which is available in the TCGA. This has been created by what is called as a multicentric consortium model. There were about 22 centers in United States which contributed data to a central laboratory. That central laboratory created means of looking at quality control data, and then that data was sequenced at multiple centers. Huge amount of data informatics went into all this activity, and then it was open source. So this was the operational model of the project. And lo and behold, in 2015, it was declared that the TCGA phase is over, and these were the major achievements. So about 2.5 petabytes of data for 33 different human cancers. It was created by TCGA. About 11,000 patients and their tumor samples, of course, different cancers. Their library is available in this database, and 7 different layers of data. This is the multiomics data that was looked at. I think this is a marvelous project. You can see the scale of this project, and US was able to do that. And this has been sort of a fountainhead of many different projects that came out of different parts of the country. Just recently, in January 2020, Japan declared its equivalent, which is the Japanese TCGA. Many other European nations have also committed to doing this kind of a project. The only lacunae, if I were to point out in the TCGA, is that most of the data is from American population, and that too predominantly Caucasian population. It does not really represent the global sort of populace, and that is the reason why most of these countries have decided to go after their own databases by taking the TCGA approach. So what is the TCGA legacy? I think it has tremendously spurred innovation. And I was telling you about 2.5 petabytes data was created, and it resulted into creation of computational tools which otherwise did not exist, and they had to be created in real time because a lot of data had to be processed. So a lot of small startups companies, they started creating mushrooming because of TCGA, and they were successfully then bought up by big data companies, etc., etc. So this sort of activity created a ripple effect, not only in the data industry, but also in the pharma industry. And we can still see the benefits of this kind of innovation. Conceptually, and I think very importantly, not only in the biological realm, but also in the clinical realm, the whole concept was that initially cancers were thought only as a sort of a rather unifactorial disease. But with the TCGA data available and the interrelatedness of that data, more and more clarity came about at different levels that you need to look at the sum of all moving parts when you come to understanding of cancers, etc. So I think there was a fundamental shift, and one fundamental shift you can see in the medical texts. So in the field of medical oncology, there is a book called as Devita, which is called as the gospel of medical oncology, or other oncology as such. About 3 or 4 years ago, thanks to TCGA, there is a completely new chapter in this book, which is called as molecular oncology chapter, and this is completely thanks to the legacy of TCGA, that molecular oncology became a very prominent word in the lexicon of cancer clinicians. If you look at the whole spectrum of biomedical research, which Dr. Galande was referring to, TCGA has been sort of a trigger for many good things to happen. So all over the world, people started to emulate the TCGA model. Biorepositories were created. What is a biorepository? Is basically collection of human clinical data along with their tissues, and these could be used for multiple hypothesis-driven projects and so forth. And this ripple effect started going all the way, not only from academic clinical centers, but into oncodiagnostic space. So if you can see, a lot of diagnostic companies are coming up with very interesting cancer-related diagnostic assays, which are again thanks to the TCGA kind of understanding. A lot of pharma and biotech companies are dedicating their resources in something called as precision oncology, where people are actually looking at targeted therapies against certain targets which are prevalent in one particular population, and so on and so forth. So this is something that is the legacy of TCGA, and we are all using this word fashionably called as precision oncology or personalized medicine. But I think it is probably, at least in the space of cancer, it is very much thanks to the TCGA that these kind of changes have happened. Now, what we did last year was, people like me, we use TCGA quite often in our research. Center of Translational Cancer Research, we have been collaborating with Persistent for almost 3 years. And Persistent, being a big data mining company, they were very aware of the TCGA benefits. And we looked at how TCGA can benefits in breast cancer research from an Indian point of view. And we found some marvelous things. Some research papers are coming out of our TCGA-based efforts. We made a pitch to the TCGA team directly in US NCI that India has great strengths in data, as well as we are becoming quite strong in biological data mining and so forth. So this may be an opportune time for TCGA to look beyond US or Europe and try to sort of set some footprints in the Indian subcontinent. And thanks to efforts from Dr. Badwe, one of our collaborators in India University, we were able to convince the TCGA team, led by the director, to come to ISER Pune last year. We did a very interesting 2-day conference followed by a 3-day hands-on workshop where selected people from India learned the TCGA tricks directly from the source, that is people who have created the TCGA databases. I think this conference was very well received. We still have a lot of fond memories and people are still connected with us. In some way, we were able to create a community in India who were accustomed to these multi-omics kind of activities. These are just some snapshots from the conference that we did last year. Interestingly, we also did some grassroots level activity. We interacted kids with the TCGA team in order to tell them about what cancer is about. One of the major highlights in this conference was a very interesting panel discussion in which stalwarts participated, and the panel discussion was as follows. It was to decide whether India should invest in creating a project of this kind, which is equivalent to an Indian Cancer Genome Atlas. And we had people such as Dr. Shekhar Mande, the Director General of CSIR, Dr. Renu Swarup, Deputy Secretary, then we had Dr. Zenklusen, we had Tata Memorial directors, who all participated in this brainstorming. And I think the overwhelming consensus in that session was definitely India should attempt to do something like that. I think there were some concerted, isolated efforts to this kind, but it was not as organized as the TCGA effort earlier. So I think this was one of the sort of lasting outcomes of the conference. And then sometime in December 2019, we received a request from Dr. Mande's office in New Delhi that please submit a proposal to CSIR to take this idea forward based on all the discussions. So which we did, and then sometime in January, I think there was some positive development, and Dr. Mande made a public announcement that CSIR, Council for Scientific Industrial Research, would be investing some significant amount of money, which would be a seed money for developing the TCGA or the ICGA project in India. So in the second half of my presentation, I'm just going to walk you through the concept of ICGA. Of course, we are not trying to do a Me Too kind of project, but we are taking references from TCGA. One great thing that has happened is that the TCGA director and his entire team have given us complete sort of free access to their blueprint documents, and they have agreed to become our knowledge partner on this whole project. So I think that is that by itself is a job half done very well with reference to having the technical support from TCGA. So what is this local concept? I will just explain with reference to the Indian cancers. This is a WHO database which talks about the prevalence of different cancers all across the world. As you can see, I think every continent faces the scourge of cancer. Predominantly, if you look at the Asian continent, the male-female distribution is very much evident. Breast cancer happens to be the #1 cancer in females across the world. About 25% of all female cancers are unfortunately breast cancers. What is the Indian scenario? This is a 2018 data. Here you can see that again in India, breast cancer is the #1 most prevalent cancer. About 14% of India's cancer burden is cancer. Then you have oral cavity, cervical cancer, lungs, stomach, and so forth. However, it is very evident from clinicians who treat breast cancer, for example, Dr. Kopikar, whom I work with very closely, and other people in the country. They tell that the profile of breast cancer in India is completely different than the West. And what is the difference here? The difference is that India sees very young age premenopausal breast cancers. The average age at first diagnosis is somewhere around mid-40s, unlike the West, which is about 50s or so. We see very high mortality in the Indian breast cancer scenario, possibly because of late-stage detection. And in breast cancer, there is a very prominent subtype based on some protein biomarkers, which is called as triple-negative breast cancer. Triple-negative breast cancer is an extremely aggressive cancer leading to a lot of fatalities. And for some reason, Indian women have a very high predisposition to triple-negative breast cancers. So this actually sets the stage for doing an Indian Cancer Genome Atlas project, because we see the biological and clinical differences, which are very well evident by the clinical observations. Also, fundamentally, we all know that India is sort of mixed bag. There are subpopulations in India. We are sort of a very diversified country. There are 4,200 sub-ethnicities. Every ethnicity has a different lifestyle, different food habit. They have inherent genetic differences, etc. So this becomes very compounded for the whole project. There are also geographical variations. I just received a message saying that I need to fast track. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to finish the presentation. So this was the basis or the rationale of proposing the national initiative of multiomics profiling of Indian cancers. It is called as Indian Cancer Genome Atlas. The mission statement is to profile cancer the way it has been done globally, and this may actually pave the way for further molecular oncology paradigms in India for better cancer management concepts. So right now, this is the consortium that has been built. We have CSIR taking lead on this. There are multiple CSIR institutes, and thankfully we have been able to stitch a fabric between multiple government agencies such as ICMR, and then we have AIMS, Tata Memorial. From Pune we have Persistent, we have ICER Pune, etc. And then from our international collaborators we have prominent US partners. And very interestingly, Bangladesh government has approached us that they would like to start a similar project, which will be running on parallel tracks with ICG. So suddenly this project has a South Asian dimension rather than only an Indian dimension. I think this slide is important because it resonates well with the Atmanirbhar Bharat philosophy. This project will be completely done in India. We will try to build capacity by doing this project. All activities will be done in India. We will not try to send samples outside. In fact, our own data systems will actually get polished because of doing a project of this kind. The operational model is almost similar to PCG. In the interest of time, I'll skip this model. I think the ecosystem, we are already talking to many partners, right from private and public sector, industry, academia, and many people are part of these discussions right now. There is a very strong undercurrent of doing an open source model because after all, this project is of social impact with altruistic nature. So we are talking to many bioethicists and patient advocacy groups to help us popularize this project. We have been able to build a consortium across the country for capacity building. Now, India does not have a very sustained talent for taking on a project of this nature. For the next 2-3 decades, we need to create young talent which can actually take on the challenges of multiomics. So we have created these kind of training programs across the country by using eminent institutional support. And the last 2 slides, I'm going to talk about what will happen because of this project. It will generate a huge amount of data, just like PCGA. So we need to really work with multidisciplinary teams here who can understand this data in the context of clinical medicine, in the context of biology, in the context of AI and ML modeling, because that's going to be the next wave. And this data needs to be converted into actionable knowledge. I think this is where a lot of what we call as the translational aspect will come in. And we are very tuned to this particular aspect. This is where I think India is lacking, and a lot of discussion and dialogue needs to happen. And this is where we need a lot of partnerships with industry. So what are the partnerships? What are our expectations right now? Of course, we need to talk to you. I think this is an open house. Anybody can talk to us. We can contact anybody. We need help in fundraising because this is a huge resource project. Of course, we need people who have done mega projects. So, for example, Dr. Kembavi has done huge astronomy projects, and we are happy to have him as a mentor for understanding the nature of these kind of projects. In terms of impact, I think I need not say any more. I think virtually every family today has somebody who has been affected with cancer. But the project of this kind actually can bring the society together, because after all, it is for the good of the society. And we talked about all the potential domains that can be brought under the umbrella of this particular project. And this probably is going to be the long-lasting legacy of Indian Cancer Genome Atlas. If it is done the way we want to do, it will not only create scientific innovation, but it will also create community participation and maybe citizen science initiatives and so on. So I would like to end with a small plug. Despite the COVID challenges, we are going to do a virtual conference this year. In fact, if COVID would not have struck, we would be in a conference mode right now at ICER. We had declared the conference at the end of September, but we will still do a virtual version. And the theme of this version is actually pertinent, which is the team science philosophy of this project. How can we really create a culture of doing team science in India, which is lacking, unfortunately, in order to sustain projects of this kind. So this is going to be the broad theme of the conference. And I'd like to end with thanking many people, starting from Dr. Mande. I think it is because of the CSIR initial push that we are even able to talk about it right now. There are many stalwarts at the discussion table. I think each one of them is very duly acknowledged. And most importantly, again, Mahratta Chamber of Commerce for inviting me. Pune Knowledge Cluster, CTCR colleagues, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Sanjeev Galande. He has been a strong pillar of support in all the CTCR activities. And our international collaborators. I think this is an emerging, very fast evolving story. In the next 6 months, I think we will have more contours of this project clear. One thing I did not mention is that we are going to create a special purpose vehicle for this project, which will be a not-for-profit Section 8 company, where a lot of people can plug in as sort of neutral entities and so on and so forth. So as you can see, I think this is buzzing time for many activities, and any mentoring help will be of great value to all of us. So I'll stop at this point, and I'm happy to interact offline with the help of MCCIA about this project.
Thank you so much. Next move to Dr. Radha Chauhan, who is the eminent faculty at the National Center for Cell Sciences. My colleague will make her the presenter.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will really try to rush, so it's getting late. So what I'm going to do in my short talk is I'm going to give an example using my own institute and my own lab, that how an academic organization, or even for that matter, a small lab, can play a role in the current challenges. And the current challenges, particularly, I have taken a COVID-19, which is in our mind right now. And I think as a scientist, all of us, we are feeling to contribute something to really help the community, not only at the national, local level, but at the global level. So I'll skip my own introduction. Basically, I'm a structural biologist and very basic researcher who work on a very different problem, very different than the COVID-19 kind of problem. And my lab is a part of one DBT funded autonomous organization named MCCS, which is situated in the Pune University campus. And we are a very small organization. We have only 30 faculty scientists total, and about 150 PhD student and postdoc, but our expertise of these scientists has a wide range, starting from the stem cell biology all the way to structural biology, like people like me, or and the areas like virology, immunology, cancer, developmental biology, etc. Besides that, NCCS also provides services to the national level as a cell repository. We distribute cell line routinely, and we are the one of the major contributor in spreading the cell biology research throughout the country. And we are also in the leadership of Dr. Yogesh Seche, is now having the largest repository for the microbial resources, and these microbial resources are extremely useful, not only for the basic research, but in the future application. So we act as a center for the deposits, characterization, and eventually the distribution. And in very last few years, we have aggressively started taking initiative to work in collaboration with the clinical. So as I said, the fabric of our institute and most of my colleagues is the basic research, but we do understand the importance of the translational research, and this is what something we are taking seriously in NCCS now, and trying to convert, basically trying to translate from the basic to the bedside kind of research. And for that, we are closely now working with the FMC Pune to develop joint programs, and BJ Medical College as well. So, so industry and academia collaboration in NCCS is not something new. This is going on for past few years, and I'm not going to put a lot of time on this, but my colleagues in our institute are regularly working in contact with very lot of industries, especially biotech pharmaceutical companies at the national level, to do a small project specific or a problem specific driven project. And so this slide basically summarizes some of these projects which we have undertaken and how we have contributed at this kind of teamwork with the industry to solve this small problem, what we can do at our level. And with the COVID starting in March, April 2020, about 6 months back, our institute actually took a major initiative initially to start as a testing center in this region. And as of today, we have tested more than 24,000 samples. Basically, we catered the requirement of the Satara district for the testing samples, and that actually brought a very good opportunity to our institute, because that brought us in close contact with the local clinicians as well as with the administrator to look at the problem at the local level. And this it started a lot of initiative in my institute, not only in context of the short-term interest, but also for the long-term. And one of the example I'm going to put forward is the kind of initiative we have taken to sequence the COVID virus, which is known as SARS-CoV-2 viral state in our institute. And so the one study is already in the public domain. The results are in the public domain. So we have sequenced about 90 plus strains of these viruses collected from the patients from the Pune, Nashik, Satara districts, and specifically during the lockdown time for the April and May, when we have a strict lockdown, no movement, almost negligible movement of human, but the virus was still propagating and spreading. And that is the sample we actually captured. And as I said, as a basic researcher, we really want to understand how the virus is evolving and how it is contributing. So the word novel comes because a lot of biology we don't understand. As Dr. Galande also emphasized that there is a huge requirement of understanding the basic biology behind this COVID-19. So we thought, okay, this can be the one beginning point, and we started sequencing, and currently we are sequencing about 500 strain, and again from the nearby regions, especially we want to understand locally how this virus is evolving in our Western Maharashtra. And this project we are doing in collaboration with the AFMC Pune and BJ Medical College. And I'm not going to walk you through the data, but basically what we have, what kind of information we gather from this kind of sequencing project, that we get to know that how the mutations and what kind of sequences are going to be evolved and what kind of group of viruses are co-evolving together with certain kind of sequences. And to make it simpler, so what we found that during the strict lockdown, the virus, particularly in Pune, Satara, and Nashik, was evolving or propagating in a very unique manner. So the group of mutations which were clustered, for example, in Pune, in Satara, you will see, and Nashik, they were in different trend. Obviously, it will change when the movement will start, and then obviously virus is also getting geographically transferring to the other places. So this kind of information for a scientist is extremely required to really understand, okay, how the pathogenesis and what kind of host pathogen crosstalk is setting up to understand the biology behind it. And not only the local regions, such information is really needed at the national and global level. So as Dr. Galande highlighted that there is a GISAID initiative where we have now almost more than 100K sequences of the virus, and we are also contributing in this to our extent and trying to understand the evolution, not only the Western Maharashtra region also, but the various national level big cities and also in the global context. And hopefully this will really help us in taking a step forward in understanding the crosstalk between the host pathogen and how actually, if we can understand the mechanism of the severity or the asymptomatic nature of the virus, that would be something what we want to do in the near future. So beside this, my group is also got involved in an opportunity which was created by CSIR Nimitli venture, which actually funds a joint project between industry and academic team to work on a specific problem with a very time-bound manner. And my colleague, Dr. Arvind Sahu and Akansha Chaturvedi, who is a B-cell expert among us, we decided to really go for finding the therapeutic antibodies for the COVID-19. And our industry partner in this case was Bharat Biotech in collaboration with the Predomics Private India Limited, and the office is in Gurgaon. And the clinical partners are AFMC Pune and BJ Medical College. Under this, like vaccine is hugely required, this kind of treatment or therapeutic intervention is also really required for the treatments of the COVID-19 patients. So basically what this kind of therapeutic antibodies do, so you might have heard about the plasma therapy. So essentially that is taking the antibody of the recovered patient and give it to the infected patient to neutralize the virus and to make the severity impact less. So in this approach, what we do, we take the blood sample of these recovered patients, we isolate the B cell clones, which make specific antibodies for this kind of viruses, particularly in this case it was called SARS-CoV-2, and we then generate the library of this human antibody genomic library. We plan to collect a huge big number, and then we plan to screen them to see which among them what are the good candidates for the therapeutic as a therapeutic antibody, or this essentially what are going to neutralize the viruses or going to block the receptor binding of these proteins of the SARS-CoV-2 to the receptors. In this particular case, it was a spike protein. And so this kind of first 3-4 steps we can do in the academic setting in the laboratory where there is a lot of generation of the new knowledge is required, but eventually it is supposed to be hand over, in our case it is supposed to be hand over to Bharat Biotech and to do the further non-clinical studies to understand the efficacy and the practical efficiency of the neutralization assays, and eventually this kind of products then go to clinical and clinical studies and ultimately to the production of the therapeutics. So as I said, I'm actually a basic cell scientist or structural biologist who are actually pretty good in the protein biochemistry. So the first thing what we could do immediately was that we could purify the spike protein, which is the most important protein to lock on the host cell, and so it's various combination we can purify in the lab. Again, not going to walk you through the data, but essentially we could purify these proteins, and these proteins were the most important reagent to really screen and isolate the specific antibody generating clones from the convalescent blood samples we collected from the patients. And this approach, when we combined with our colleagues' SPR-based screening of the sera to evaluate the antibody response, has really given us a good number of clones, and which my labs are now intensely trying to screen further. And we are very happy to see that in short span of 4-5 months, actually we are at the stage of number 4 where we are actually able to screen and now finalizing the antibody, and which we are able to provide to our industry partner to do the further downstream processes. And so this is one of the example I would like to highlight, that in a situation where one specific problem needs to be solved, a basic researcher like me can actually chip in and can work in the right team to contribute in the long-term goal achievement of which can have a much bigger social impact. And so it's very important that we should highlight and understand that how to really set a platform and for such kind of research, which are very problem specific platforms where we can solve. So the COVID-19 has also given, at least to all the scientists in our country, and not only our country, across the globe, lot of opportunity to really write for grants, write for the proposals, and many of us, we got the opportunity to really work in those where we already had the expertise. We just need to convert into some problem-driven solutions. So in last few minutes, I would like to put my thoughts forward because this meeting is supposed to really stimulate the discussion that how we should really go with the academia and industry kind of collaborative work, which is a really need of the hour. And till the 20th century, it was very clear. The boundaries were kind of defined, that the academic organizations, whether it's a research or the education purpose, they would be a powerhouse of the generation. And the purpose and one of the major mandate was to train the skilled manpower. And the industry was supposed to cater the requirement of the societal need, and the technology development was also happening. But especially in biotech sector, this has started changing in the in the late of 20th century or the beginning of 21st century, where a lot of biotech companies started or encouraged actually the R&D project, and they started publishing. Simultaneously, a lot of universities also, they started pushing technology transfer and translating research into product. And this is where now we see the world of the academia or the industry is actually merging. And In India, we don't see much, but in Europe and in US, pretty much these boundaries are now fading away. And Genentech was one of the first company to really encourage their scientists to start the side project with the high-risk project. And if something comes out of it, and they will take it forward and convert into some kind of product. So this is what is becoming a major trend, and in our country also we should really try to capitalize on this. And so Dr. Galande already have explained a few thoughts that what are the challenges. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'll just put my thought, what I see, the perspective on this. So I see the industry academic collaboration as basically like two skilled team. One is cricket, one is a soccer, and you ask two teams to come together and work and solve something. So initially it seems impractical, because you understand the rules are different, games rules are very different, the pace is very different, and the priority is also very different, right? But if you put aside your own game's rule, but you actually come for a common goal and you negotiate the plan and properly and define the timeline, I think then it's very much doable, and it's very much, because the basic skill set are present in both sides, academia and industry. And if the two teams can come up with the common goal and very time-bound, deliverable goals, then it's very much possible that we will be able to deliver as a joint team. And that is the only way to really tackle a lot of complex problems in basic research as well as in the translational research, because sometimes resources or the skilled expertise is not enough with the one party. It has to be come and pulled together. And so what I would suggest we can do, especially because we are talking in context of this local Maharashtra academia industry region, that we can take small steps. One of the steps can be that we can be in a team where we are co-advising PhD student together, because our PhD student and postdoc, they are the workhorse in the research. And the same thing I see have in the industries also. That's why a lot of big pharmaceutical companies, they have their own independent postdoc programs, because that gives you the leeway to work a little off track, but still in the long-term goals. And we already in India have a lot of initiatives from the government sides, and at the global level also from the private organizations, and that can be actually diverted to these kind of initiatives to start the crosstalk between these two different domains. And I will like to give example of the Royal Society Fellowship in UK, which is essentially a fellowship given to the academic scientists to go and work in the industry. So basically there the goal is not to really convert something, just go and work in the industry and see how you can really contribute and identify the real issue here is to identify a small problem which we can work in short span of time to convert into some meaningful result. And these kind of fellowships can really give you a platform. So in UK especially and Europe, this kind of fellowships are very beneficial. And there are many other examples like the Eli Lilly's Open Innovation Drug Discovery Initiative, which are actually run at the global level, that anybody who, a chemist who has developed a new compound can actually talk to the Eli Lilly and they will test the compound. Obviously, there will be some kind of technology transfer agreement done. But eventually, this is how the big companies or pharmaceutical companies, they actually welcome the new development happens in the academic setting to convert into the translational research. One of the example in my postdoctoral time, which I have seen very successful, was the Pfizer Center for Therapeutic Innovation. So I don't know how much you know, but these are the centers which are set by Pfizer in very much university setting like Columbia University or San Francisco or in Boston. And with very single goal that they will convert into some, so New York one I know more because that was particularly was to convert protein-based products, drug products. And this kind of specific goals or the centers, the team of the scientists from industries as well as from the universities like Columbia or Rockefeller, they came together and they they could really do the 3-year bound or 5-year bound conversion of this something basic developmental idea which generated in the universities to some kind of a product they can go for the clinical trial. And this is something I have seen even in, they are now translating in San Francisco and other places also. And also, we should go for open innovation. Innovation is the mantra of today's time, and that requires, especially the previous speaker has highlighted some of the projects like this kind of TCG or ICGA kind of big complex projects require lot of partnership, and they cannot be done by one party. So that's where so the new way of working and partnership with the multiple organizations are required to convert into some kind of a short-term deliverable goals required for the to convert basic research into a translational research. So that's all from my side, and I just like to highlight the work essentially in my lab is done by my students and who are contributing in this COVID project as well as some of the part of the sequencing of these strains, and essentially they are the workhorse who delivers all the research goals in our lab and in institute in general. Thank you and that's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Chauhan, for a very nice and lucid presentation. I hope it was very informative for everybody. Now requesting Dr. Priya Nagaraj, who manages the bioincubation cell at the Venture Center, to address us.
So good evening to all of you, and thank you for having me here. I'm Priya Nagaraj. I am representing Venture Center. I lead the bioincubation vertical in Venture Center, and today I will be talking with a focus on ecosystems for nurturing healthcare startups in India. So I would like to begin by saying that India is often described as a poster child for emerging markets for its various commercial potential that it has for startups, which is fairly enormous. Healthcare startups, if you see market numbers, you will realize that, the healthcare sector is growing very rapidly in India. A larger part of this has to do with the fact that there is a growing incidence of lifestyle diseases. There is a demand for affordable healthcare delivery. The fact that 70% of the population lives in rural areas and accesses less than 30% of our healthcare infrastructure. There have been significant advances in technological advancements, a lot of the work also being done by our startups today. Emergence of telemedicine, remote monitoring kind of opportunities, and also the penetration of insurance as well as other government initiatives to streamline various, healthcare-related issues that are happening in the country. And last but not the least, tax benefits and incentives. So this data is a bit old, but there is an organization in India called ABLE, which is a supportive, ecosystem in its own self for biotech startups, not just healthcare, but all kinds of biotech startups in India. And on a survey that they did over a period of 5 years, from 2012 to 18, this is the data that they came up with. Of course, these numbers would have changed maybe by about 30-40% or even more today. But then if you notice that amongst the 2,000 odd startups, biotech startups that we have in India, Maharashtra leads with about 386 startups. These numbers have not changed in proportion too dramatically. 2/3 of these startups work in the biopharma and in the diagnostic sector. If you look at domains in which startups work, many of them work in devices, diagnostics, therapeutics, vaccines, bioinformatics, AI, ML kind of interfaces, and healthcare, IT, monitoring, management, and e-commerce. For the purpose of this talk today, also representing the organization that I come from, I will be focusing on the first three because these are very technology intensive. They require a lot of infrastructural as well as funding support for products like this to get developed. And there is in Pune a lot of support from the IT ecosystem for the fourth category that I mentioned. But for the first three, I think, over the last 10 years, these ecosystems have been built up. And Pune actually happens to be one of the hubs with respect to where startups want to be and incubate to carry out their work. So if you look at key stakeholders that startups need to engage with, see, what they're focused on is innovating and creating a value proposition for their customer. They want to create a for-profit company. They want to sell. They want to be economically viable. And therefore, even as part of that, create social impact and have maximum reach. For this to happen, they engage with the government. Government provides incubation facilities, functions as a facilitator for networks that they need to access and even funding. They also look to private sectors for capital investments, mentorship, and then going on much later, once they've reached a stage where the technology is sufficiently developed and de-risked, they're looking at private investors, they're looking at venture capitalists. Other essential stakeholders that come to play in this ecosystem are R&D institutions. Many of them help startups do their technology development, do the key research and the work that is required for developing their technology and validating it. Public health organizations which they engage with to understand what happens at the ground level, to implement some of their technologies. Pharma and biotech companies which give them a perspective of what's going on in the industry, and also provide them with a sense of urgency with respect to not being outdated in terms of what they are making. And IT organizations for especially startups working in the space of healthcare IT and even in the AI ML spaces to improve diagnostics and detection. So just to tell you a little bit about government initiatives, the Make in India initiative was launched in 2014 by our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and the vision of a program like this was to facilitate investments, foster innovations, protect intellectual property, build infrastructure that can support startups, ease of doing business, provide employment, and to create global as well as national partnerships. The Startup India program also helps in simplification and handholding for startups, provides them with funding, and also creates academia-industry partnerships. I believe that these initiatives have been instrumental in the number of startups that we have in the country today, the number of incubation systems that we have in the country, and also the allied ecosystem partners. These are some of the nodal agencies which have functioned as ecosystem builders in the country, as well as in the state of Maharashtra. BIRAC supports biotech enterprises. It is Section 8 company set up by the Department of Biotechnology. NSTDB is set up under the Department of Science and Technology, which also helps in setting up incubation centers and sort of strengthening infrastructure for startups. Atal Innovation Mission, a more recent program, is also for supporting innovation and entrepreneurial needs. And that since we are in Maharashtra, it's important to acknowledge the role of Maharashtra State Innovation Society, which is also a nodal government agency to boost innovation-driven ecosystems in Maharashtra. So the role of an incubator is basically that it is a dedicated physical facility where an entrepreneur can come at any stage of product development. It could even be at the ideation stage, and they will get the necessary support that they need to develop that idea into a viable prototype and then maybe into a product, and then have access to markets where they can sell those products. There are, based on what I said before, with all these government agencies, we have over 200 science and technology business incubation centers today. About 50 of them are in the BIRAC network, which supports biotech startups, and about 60% of those startups work in the healthcare space. As I said, these centers support entrepreneurship by providing grants, investments, incubation, mentoring support, as well as recognition and networks, both at the national and global levels. In Pune, we have about 6 incubation centers. We have Venture Center, which is located here next to NCL. We have one in the University of Pune. We have one as part of MIT MidCon, and we have one which is part of Pune University, which is the Bhau Institute. And most recently, we have an incubator in ISER Pune, which is called SEED. And all these incubation centers are government recognized, and they have the necessary infrastructure to support deep tech innovative products or the development of these products. Just to tell you a little bit about Venture Center, but to also give you a perspective of what an incubation center can offer. So we are a 13-year-old science and technology business incubation center. We are supported over these years by many organizations whom we are thankful to. Our mission is to nucleate and nurture technology and knowledge-based enterprises for India by leveraging scientific and engineering competencies of institutions in this region. As we have witnessed today, and as we know, Pune is a hub for several academic organizations and some very innovative companies too. And leveraging this kind of ecosystem has been very important for us in creating the startups that we have on our campus today. and those who have graduated from our center. Our key focus is supporting inventive enterprises where they are doing something which is highly inventive, highly disruptive, where there is a patent potential to the kind of technologies that they are generating. Spin-offs from R&D organizations, biotech, biomed, and healthcare startups which are working in the social innovation space with high social impact, energy and environment ventures, and material science-centric products. So we are India's largest inventive enterprise incubator. We are registered as a Section 8 company and governed by a board of directors. We are open to all. We are sector agnostic, but our ecosystem is more aimed at supporting startups with high science and technology strength. We are hosted by CSIR NCL, and we are the first incubation center to be developed in the CSIR network. We have a lot of resources that we offer to our companies that associate with us or entrepreneurs that associate with us, and this comes in the form of various resource centers that we have. This could be in the form of space, mentoring, IP support, tech transfer, regulatory support, and prototyping support. We've been recognized nationally as well as internationally for our achievements and the work that we have done. More recently, we were recognized by the Ministry of Skill and Development as being one of the best incubators in the country. The association AABI recognized us along with another incubator in Shanghai for the work that we did a few years ago. In terms of offerings, as I said, we offer advice and mentoring. We have entrepreneurs coming to us at very early stages of product development, even with an idea. We help them refine that idea to a point where they can raise early stage funding to further develop that into a prototype and a product. We offer funding in the form of fellowships, grants, and seed investments. We have infrastructure in the form of lab, office spaces. We have scientific prototyping facilities for medtech products, especially those working in the healthcare space. We offer tech commercialization support. We also organize a lot of events over the years of maybe over 150 events per year, which sees a cumulative participation of about 5,000 people. We have access to very large networks, over 200 to 300 mentors who we connect to as and when needed, and also in-house ecosystem partners and service providers. These are some of the glimpses of our resources that we have in terms of spaces, some of the events that we've done over the past few years, and some of the statistics that I would like to share about our incubation center. So in terms of resident companies, that means companies which are located on campus. Currently, we have 73 companies on campus. We've supported 128 till date. And in terms of all the services that we provide, we have supported over 500 entrepreneurs. Our largest incubatee has over 100 crores invested in their company. About 70 patent families cumulatively with respect to all the patents filed by our incubatee companies. Most of our founders come with working in industry and tech development and come from reputed institutions both in India as well as abroad. 30% of our startups have women founders, and 90% beneficiary companies of ours, even if they've graduated from our center, are still active and pursuing entrepreneurship. We support about 56% of our companies work in the healthcare space. That could be devices, diagnostics, drugs, and allied products. 16% in clean energy and environment, 14% in agriculture and industrial biotech, 6% in ICT, electronics and engineering, and 8% in others. This is a snapshot of some of the clusters that we have at Venture Center and the companies that belong to these clusters. So in healthcare, as I said, we have biomedical devices and implants, diagnostics, detection, biopharma, bio-IT, and to some extent, even engineering and electronics, which contribute to this space. We have been successful in creating spin-off companies from NCL. We have processes put in place for spin-off companies to be created where we work very closely with researchers in NCL to tune the research that they are doing to make it a more commercially viable product at some point of time, and then to convert this into a company, to transfer the technology to a startup and, sort of drive this with the help of an entrepreneur. So we have about 6 companies that as of today, which are active, which have been created from technologies that have been developed in NCL through our lab to market program. In terms of impact, our current incubating companies have raised risk capital at about 45 crores. A lot of this money, about 57%, comes from equity, 39% comes from competitive grants and prizes. The revenue is about 32 crores of our current incubating companies in the last financial year, and they have provided about 600 odd jobs. Looking at the funding landscape for healthcare startups, so essentially if I had to look at this in terms of fundraising buckets, you have R&D and pre-POC. That means you really do have an idea. You might have a proof of concept, but at the lab level, you don't really have a prototype at this stage. At this stage, there are fellowships, there are grants which will support individuals even in academic institutions or as individuals not associated with any institution to develop the POC, to refine the idea, to maybe do a bit of market research to understand if this is even worth working on, to assess the commercial and financial viability of the idea. Going forward, there are grants which fund anywhere between 10 to 50 lakhs to develop a basic prototype, demonstrate a proof of concept, following which to validate that, get the necessary approvals and certifications for that, which would require slightly larger amounts of money, and then to manufacture, market, and sell the product into the market. So these are the funding buckets that, or rather, these are the stages of product development that typically a healthcare startup would go through. And the names of the funding organizations or the funding grants are mentioned here. And I think this is being recorded. So if you have access to this, you can go look all of this up. This is almost the same information captured in a different way, but basically trying to tell you that typically an Indian tech startup requires about between 5 lakhs of funding to begin with to over 10 crores when they hit market. We, through government funds, which are I would say, very valuable in de-risking. That means at this stage where you're not very sure that your prototype is going to work, whether the claims that you've made are actually going to hold up. Government funds sort of step in to provide you with that kind of money, provide you with that kind of space to experiment, explore, and develop something when a VC or a private investor would be hesitant to put money into a company at such an early stage. So, the ones that are mentioned in red are all supported by BIRAC. There are others here which are supported by DST and other funding organizations. And as you can see, the 2 crore to 10 crore bracket is about a little difficult to raise in India as of today. There are various organizations which are working to fill this gap and see whether they can come up with funding opportunities to sort of help startups in this space too. To give you more of a streamlined idea about what the kind of funding opportunities available and required, just BIRAC itself offers up to $1 million USD in funding, starting from 15 lakhs all the way to about 7 crores with respect to prototype development, ideation, all the way to commercializing the product. And all of these schemes are listed on the BIRAC website, and I urge you to go look at it if you're interested. I would like to end by showing you some of the healthcare startups that have emerged from Pune. These startups are located in Pune, and they have been working on very disruptive technologies, many of which are actually commercialized products. So one company is is Actorius Innovations, and their product is OncoDiscover, which is a liquid biopsy test for detecting cancer. This company was started by a person who is a faculty member in an institution, and this idea came out of his research. He started a company. He got funded for this company up to about 2.5 crores, and the product is now at a stage where they've completed clinical trials. They've got their necessary approvals and certifications, and they have commercialized the tests and completed 2,000 plus tests. Gtronics is a company that is working on India's first handheld or hand-cranked defibrillator. Hand-cranked defibrillator, and the idea is that you don't need electricity, you don't need power. This is batteryless, and you can use this in any kind of a setting. Such a product has huge social impact. They have revenue under 1 crore and have raised over 4.5 crores in grant and 80 lakhs in debt. And they're also present in countries other than India. Serigen, this is a product that came out of NCL, where they work on silk-based products for various orthopedic applications as well as tissue regeneration applications. This product is currently being under validation. It's undergoing clinical trials, awaiting for approval, and they're looking to launch this product sometime next year. Immune is a drug discovery company working on vitiligo or leukoderma, skin pigmentation or depigmentation disorders. They have filed their IND and waiting for approvals to start their phase 1 studies or clinical trials in human beings. Periwinkle is a company that works on cervical cancer diagnostics. They have a device and they also have an AI ML enabled software which allows for rapid diagnosis of and very accurate diagnosis of cervical cancer. With that, I would like to end my talk. You can reach me at this email ID if you need any more information about Venture Center. We're very active on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and you can stay connected with us through these platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagaraj. Last speaker for the day, Dr. Girish Tillu, will be Assistant Professor and Coordinator at the Ayush Center of Excellence at the School of Health Sciences at our own Savitribai Phule Pune University. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I think we are running short of time, and I will just convey some of the thoughts and messages about this wonderful session. I think my slides are visible. We know that many people say that data is new oil. Somebody says that data is now, it is much more valuable than that, it is water. But for this particular today topic, we are going to discuss how data is knowledge, and I am going to discuss some part of this knowledge generation and how this knowledge generation and healthcare industry can move forward together. I'm going to discuss some aspects of healthcare research and informatics and the case studies which we have experienced in Savitribai Phule Pune University. I'm going to touch on these important points very briefly as we are late. So Pune in health research, the first question I asked myself, what is the Pune's contribution for health research? And for that purpose, I have done very small study. Pune's contribution, and I have done scopus search with affiliation of investigators. Those have reported, those papers have published in Pune. And last 50 years, Pune's contribution for health, for research, and this is a very good graph of the number of publications of communicated from Pune. Of course, this number of publication is just one part of measuring scientific output, and there are many more. But the message is, if we arrange the publications or scientific contributions from Pune-based institutions, then health sciences and engineering or computer sciences and related areas, they are the two major parts, and hence these two important domains, they need to collaborate, communicate, and build this area further. So that is the message, and there is also various areas that Pune-based researchers really are working on several aspects. As we all know, health research is all about various levels of biological organizations, starting from atom to universe, and we have many institutions. Many of my colleagues, they talked on several aspects of these biological organizations, and that is the strength of the Pune, that we are having many institutions. Those are working on all these levels. There are two case studies and projects. Those are really, those can be very important for many researchers like us, like me, and those projects, they have really generated a lot of data, and that data is very much useful for researchers, clinicians, and even for people. And this is the knowledge generation from many such projects. Dr. Yadnik's project, that is Pune Maternal Nutritional Study, that is a cohort study which is still ongoing from 1993. Another program, that is community-oriented program for control of rheumatic diseases, which is again a cohort study based in Bhigwan and in Pune city, initiated by Dr. Arvind Chopra, and which is still ongoing from 1996. And this project also generated a lot of information about musculoskeletal diseases, aches and pains, and suffering and quality of life. So such projects, they are generating a lot of data, and this data also can be useful for even a common man. KEM Virtual Health Program is also one of such programs that is a part of in-depth network, and the data of many such projects which is available in public domain, and thus many of the industry and researchers can also work with such programs and can avail this data. I'm going to share an experience of iSoft, that is development of software suite and data mining tool and decision support system based on the Ayurveda knowledge base. When we talk about the strengths of Pune, the Pune-based institutions can also work on various product development, various innovative projects, as well as in service industry. So this is the program where Savitribai Phule Pune University, CDAC, and Jnana Prabodhini had conceptualized this project, and that was supported by Ministry of Information Technology, Government of India, and that project was based on data mining tool and development of a software suite which is useful for Ayurveda researchers and clinicians. I'm a Vaidya and working on several aspects of Ayurveda. The SPPU, Savitribai Phule Pune University, has a long tradition of exploring many components of Ayurveda concepts and interventions, and thus there are not many innovative things they have come out of this project. For example, novel herbal adjuvants for vaccines that we got to India, and genomics. Genetic analysis of Ayurvedic concept of Prakriti and how the personalized medicine can be developed from this concept. Health-seeking behavior and the people, what they use, why they use. This is again a very interesting study. And at present, we are working on Ayurveda-based adjuvants for cancer and rheumatoid arthritis, and this project is also important in current situation. And also our center is involved in Ayurveda-based intervention for COVID-19. We are contributing to many of the Ministry of Ayush ongoing clinical trials. Understanding COVID-19 from clinical practice data. This is an interesting example which I wish to share, where the clinical practitioners from China, especially from Wuhan province, they came together, and data that was compiled from 552 hospitals, and data showed the present understanding of COVID-19. This was a simple activity where the clinicians and hospitals, they shared their data, and we are following this disease, and clinicians of the world, they really got an insight from my data. And we can do a lot of things from Pune-based clinical institutions, hospitals, and medical and other colleges. And this is an example which I wish to share. As we all undergoing the disastrous situation of COVID-19 pandemic, we are also learning many things new, and there are many new challenges. Every week, a new clinical term that is being reported as a new challenges. And in this situation, we really want to join hands and look after health and wellness of the people, along with, of course, the therapeutic or treatment of ongoing diseases. But our disease or research focus is certainly shifting from chronic disease to acute infectious diseases, limitations of outsourced health that also being perceived, and we also need to look at health and disease prevention as a priority. And we need to build and work in many multi-specialty hospitals, but this is the time where we also need to strengthen the concepts of health even in homes, and instead of outsourcing home-based interventions like simple things, yoga and Ayurveda-based diet and lifestyle behavior, these are also important. And this is the time where the knowledge should reach to people. and people's practices, they also can generate a lot of data, and this is time to revival of various traditional knowledge systems. Collaboration with modern medical institutions is also happening, and expansion of boundaries of traditional knowledge, and the entire shift of healthcare is now moving from just treatment to wellness. This is the ongoing project in Savitribai Phule Pune University, where in Ayurveda Center of Excellence we are researching on Ayurveda-based therapeutic adjuvants with the help of many international and Indian institutions. For example, National Cancer Institute of NIH Bethesda, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Clinic from New York, and ICER, NCCS Pune, Manipal University School of Life Sciences Manipal, and Serum Institute of India, where we are studying the potential of Ayurveda-based botanicals for managing cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, and how the various botanicals they affect our immune system altogether. This particular center is also working on developing some credit courses, learning module, and capacity building of researchers and compiling the clinical practice data. There are several initiatives by Savitribai Phule Pune University in the domain of health research that I also need to introduce. Our interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences is engaged in health research and education since the last 25 years. Savitribai Phule Pune University also hosts a central instrumentation facility, and facility helps many researchers working in biomedical research. Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, and recently established Ramakumar Rathi Patanjali Yoga Chair. They aim at development of traditional knowledge systems, that is yoga and Ayurveda, and development of research capacity building. And we are also reaching to people, and because people-centric healthcare is the main focus of the institution where I work. Our university, Savitribai Phule Pune University, is also planning Center for Molecular Diagnostic and Research and Data Center for Biological and Clinical Data. SPPU Research Park Foundation is recently established, and that aims at fostering applied research and entrepreneurship. Actually, we need to know that information technology is actually information and communication technology. And communication is very important. Information and communication, both the components, they are to be remembered by researchers also from industry. And as Dr. Galande said, and Ms. Joshi also spoke about collaborations, this is very important, and communication between academia and industry, and that is the opportunity for Pune Knowledge Cluster. We have a lot of advantages in Pune. The city is known for its history about reforms. We have network of great institutions here, 7 medical colleges, several Ayush institutions, hospitals, medical fraternity, IT industry, and most important is people. We can also, we should count people as one of the important stakeholders in this entire area, and we have, say, almost more than 6 million population, which is more than population of Denmark and Norway. Thus, the people also is an important factor that we need to really note. I think I'm very much thankful to Professor Kembhavi and Shri Sudhanva Kopardekarji for this interesting opportunity. And this is a very important activity where all the individuals and institutions based on Pune, they are working towards the same goal. And with this, thank you for this opportunity for sharing my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Dr. Can you just go to the second last slide once again? The Sanskrit one, the river one.
This is a very profound sutra which Swami Vivekananda also used to quote, and this says, Ruchi वैचित्र्यात् नानापथजुषां नृणामेको गम्यस्त्वमसि पयसा मरणवैव. There are many ways and many rivers they can reach to the same ocean following different paths. And actually, many of the participants, many of the institutions, they actually have the same goal, but we can also communicate, collaborate, help each other and bring the synergy. And that was the aim of the slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, if you could share the presentation in case participants are interested, we can always share whichever version. And we can also, with your permission, we can put it out on our social media as well for everybody's consumption.
Yes.
So with this, we come to the end of the second day. Let me thank all the speakers for today and also the participants who have been with us. Some participants came in, some participants could have already left, but I think we had really interesting insights into each of the institution's work, and I think with the small little interjection that we tried to make with special request to Kembavi sir, we were able to bring at least some of the institutions which are part of the Pune Knowledge Cluster on board in this first attempt after PKC was formally sort of launched. So thank you Kembavi sir also for this. Thank you Dikshit sir, Pillu sir, and all the panelists who are here, who have been here since the afternoon from their busy schedule, and also thank the participants. Just to remind all of you that we will start the third day of the Pune Healthcare Summit tomorrow at 3 o'clock with an interesting presentation by Dr. Rajiv Dhere, another Executive Director of Serum Institute. We'll talk about COVID-19 and new dimension. And then we have a very interesting panel discussion about various aspects of healthcare, which would be from 4 to 6:15 or so. So thank you so much and good night.